Physics.
Oh, damn, son, that feels much better. My goodness, my goodness. Talk of the Sober Night MC. It is indeed a sober night. Is that what you're having? Is that what's be going down? Well, I guess it's not for me because I had an edible. But, yeah, of course, like, figured I'd take a break on the alcohol in this for the evening. Actually, here, what other choice or sober nights line up? I know, usually, like, if I decide to be sober, you're usually cracking one open. I mean, the only time you're sober at night is when you're working, but beyond that, yeah, honestly, for real, though. And if I'm sometimes when I'm drinking, sometimes you're not, or maybe, like, me reacting to something, like, sometimes I might entice you, I feel like, but edible isn't beer unless it's some sort of epic alcoholic edible. A Jello shot. And you get up at 9 a.m. Oh. What the fuck are you doing at 9 a.m.? Shit. Someone's got some shit doing, they gotta do it early. Damn, alright. Well, yeah, I would, keep it kind of sober, for something like that. Yeah, sure. Understandable. Get a bowl loaded up here on that fun shit. Oil change, gotta do it while it's light and not raining. Yeah, fair enough. That is understandable. Today was kind of a little odd with the rain and shit. Logan do his car. Have him, like, I don't know, like, hit me up about, like, picking my phone stand up and stuff. I need to, like, get him up about that. I need to hit him up too, honestly, because I was hitting him up to see if he wants to come along with me and Tyler to the range, because I got Tyler down now at this point. So I want to see if Logan wants to at this rate. Because at that point, then you could just bring that shit when we link up. So I'll just hit him up about that. I even need to text him about it. About message. I was I'm a busy man, sir. Busy man, grudging away and toiling to the straw boss, sir. Straw boss says otherwise. Yeah. So it was weird for rain. It was raining downtown, but was it rain across the river? It's kind of weird. Yeah, today it was like, at least when I went to work, it was actually pretty sunny, and then when I went outside, it was the same thing, but raining. Like, the clouds in it, well, I guess the cloud positions changed, obviously, but, like, it was mostly still pretty much the same thing. I was just like, what the fuck? Fucking nose hair, dude. I get it? No. God damn it. You know what? I know DFF is actually doing their Onion Nuggets Day. Are they still live? I'm kind of curious. Oh, they are not. They are no longer live on this fine stature. They went on for a decent amount of time, about 5 hours. Shit. Okay, this goddamn nose hair right here is really fucking annoying. And I can't get it. It's like just long enough to start annoying me all up in there. And yeah, I can't get to it. I hope maybe this will help, like, push it downward. I think that help. No, it's just too short. Fuck. It's not long enough to be just janked out with like a... That's a bane of my existence right now, honestly. It's just that shit, because that's really annoying. It's like, seriously, this has to be what I deal with, is that shit. Well, since Onion Nuggets is finished up, we'll look at it later. Probably. In the meantime, man. Time to get bassist signature nose trimmer. Honestly, for real, I need to. I really do. Like, this is annoying. It's actually seriously fucking ridiculous. Like, I don't mind the fact that nose hairs exist, but can they not be, like, you know, right there? Like, right where, like, this bridge between the nostrils and, like, you know, where the front, you know, like that little part of the nostril, like that little crevice? Because it gets all weird, because then it tickles, like, one edge or the other, because it's, oh my, I hate it. It's not just one side or the other, it's like both nostrils suffer this problem. I mean, you see me either, like, going on this side or on this side. It's on both ends on this one. It's a two-sided front. It's like fucking, like, you know, Wilhelm's forces trying to fucking, like, you know, fight Russians and French or something. It's like, good lord, fuck. Your noise will be my noise would be as barren as Bezos' head and soul. Or at least in this case, it would be for a good reason. Bada bing, bada boom. Get some stuff loaded up now. Alright. Man, I figured Venom would be here at this point. I was literally talking to him not even like 30 minutes ago, and I guess somehow in between then and now, he's just passed right out. It's like, wow. Sir, you don't need sleep. Oh, Rip, actually, interesting thing, though. I might genuinely, you know, possibly might go down to Alabama for a little bit, funny enough. Primarily to maybe help out with them on their move, but, you know, at the very least, you know, maybe it'll be, you know, interesting to at least, you know, check out, you know, whatever the fuck, you know, could possibly be going on. But if anything, at least primarily it would just be that to help them, like, get ready to move out of that place. Because at least that, you know, leaving the state is definitely a certainty. And I'm kind of, like, lightly, you know, joking around about being like, oh, well, you know, check out the farm before you know, totally leave it. And so I think somehow he got his mom to actually be interested in that idea, so, you know, we exchanged a little bit of contact info. But I'm not going to stop you. I mean, I've already have pre-gamed this idea. Like, I mean, at least when it comes to a stepdad, you know, it's like, I'm just going to basically just, like, you know, like, you know, just throw out my, like, gun enthusiasm thing and, like, you know, maybe my tacit interest in things like history and shit and just, like, just do that, you know? Just keep everything else about me to a minimal, you know? Just, like, basically probably some, you know, some of the things you're not exactly kin of about me, you know? So it's like you know, I'll just keep it that way. I mean, if anything, I'd just be a jack of all trades. I ain't picking sides, you know, at least. You know, it's like, yeah, I'd be helping him move, but if he's working on, like, a fence or some shit, you know, like, fuck, I'll do that too. I don't care. I mean, a part of, you know, like, the expense cost, but possibly, at least, you know, with transit getting there is possibly, at least, you know, just helping out, so. It's not, like, confirmed or anything, or totally solidified, or, like, any talk has happened quite yet, you know, but it's at this point, it's actually genuinely become, like, a serious, like, idea now. Which I actually wouldn't mind. I mean, it's, like, I'm used to, you know, like, a lib, you know, someone who's a lib, but someone who's very conservative, you know, being in one household. I'm quite used to that, and used to, like, the very fringe conservative ideas as well. Like, I've been exposed to, you know, at various different points in my life to that shit. So, it's not like something I wouldn't be unaware about, or not know what to do, or some shit. And then you can be able to say something without totally, you know, like, I guess, like, quote, outing yourself, I guess, or something. I suppose it just, like, depends, but all in all, I mean, you know, like, obviously I'm not going there for, like, you know, hey, let me help incite a political discussion. It's just like, you know, if anything, it's primarily to, you know, obviously meet an online friend and then, you know, help him out, move. If anything, getting the good winnings on his mom's side, if anything, too. Maybe convince her a little bit about Oregon. You know, to be like, hey, move closer over here. get closer to Oregon. It's better over here. Though, to be frank, you know, any of the places she's considering are better than Alabama. Anything, like, it's hard to say that, like, anything is going to be worse than Alabama. Unless it's Texas, Florida, Arkansas, like, unless you're, like, somewhere else in the South, like, you like, anything's better than that shithole, okay, you know, and even then, dude, like, honestly, depending on where you're at in place, like, in Texas or shit, like, it would probably be better, because if you're in, like, urban city areas, like, Houston or something like that, at least it would be more liberal in nature. The rest of the state, no, but at least, like, there, you can say something. What was Alabama got? Huntsville? Birmingham? At least, like, you know, Texas got, it's, like, more pockets. Though, to be fair, it's, like, you know, more. To want to go to the state where service and really my guts. Well, that's why I'm going down there to help him move and get the fuck out. I mean, if you had a friend that lived in a state that obviously you wouldn't want to spend time in, but they're trying to move and need help, and, you know, and have offered, hey, you want to help out? Like, I mean, you know, it's like, wouldn't you want to be like, you know, even if it's for like a week or so, be like, all right, hey, you know, I'll go down there to help you get the fuck out of there and shit, and, you know, like, and not have to be there again, you know, or ever live there anymore. I mean, obviously I'm considering it, so. think Houston is pretty conservative, though. Yeah, I think, I mean, even in comparison to, like, some of the other cities, I think it is. But, all in all, like, at least in comparison to the rest of Texas, like, yeah. I mean, it's just kind of, you know, like, kind of just a statistical, just, like, normalcy, basically, in an average, that, like, if there's a big city, it's more likely just going to lean more, quote, liberal, and, you know, and shit like that, whether culturally or otherwise, in comparison to rural areas, which are just going to be far more conservative. I would probably just send them money to hire movers. Honestly, if they're a good friend, I'd really want them to get the fuck out. Well, I mean, I guess that would be a way of helping them out. So, yeah, I mean, you know, and that's kind of at least, you know, the overall idea. But obviously, I can't send money, so I'll send my back, send my hands. I'll send my body down there, you know, so it's not like I'm gonna go out there and, like, you know, go to, like, a gay club or something and be at risk of getting lynched by some fucking queer hater or something. Yeah, so it's, I mean, I'm basically going to be staying in one spot outside of maybe going to, like, the bar or, you know, for a drink or two, or fucking, you know, like, I don't know, it's like hanging out at, like, a restaurant to eat some food or something. Or maybe checking out, like, you know, some of the more cool museums or stuff like that. I mean, also, at the same time, too, if, like, no one knows who the fuck you are and you're just some random body that's just, like, you know, hanging out, like, if, like, let's say you're at, like, you know, some sort of, like, history museum or some shit, and you got, like, a bunch of Uncle Fuds, you know, Uncle Fud types or whatever. I mean, realistically, are they gonna know that you're a lib just by, you know, seeing you walk by, you know, and just without a glance? I guess maybe depending on what you're wearing. But if you're just wearing, like, a basic t-shirt and some shorts or whatever the hell, I mean, I don't think they're gonna, you know that you're a lib and hate you, you know what I mean? I mean, obviously, if they knew, they probably would, but, I mean, you know. It's just one of those things where it's like, as long as, you know, I guess, like, I mind my P's and Q's, so to speak, you know, I'll be fine. I mean, it's not really, like, other people or, like, the public I'd be worried about that with. That's a rotation, like an eyesight is also. Yeah, I know. That's why, again, I would mind my P's and Q's and just kind of, you know, just stay chill. And as long as I'm, like, with Venom and just hanging out with him or his folks at the very least, then it's like, well, some locals brought one of their, you know, friends over from out of state. At least at that point, it's like, all right. You know, it's like the pass, basically. It's like, all right, you got the outsider pass. You're an outsider, but guess what? I got your eye on you. I mean, it's like, they'll be fine with you, but they're just gonna eyeball you and wonder what the fuck you are doing there. Which is probably more shit-lived than conservative thinking about. From what I've heard, it's very similar to Phoenix. Houston, yeah. That's what I hear about, I feel like, honestly, that is probably better accurate description of Houston. Like, yeah, there is conservatism there, but a lot of it kind of gets just morphed into the shit liberty, you know, because of the economic bipartisanship. But there's also a lot of progressives and probably liberal types that are very, you know, well, socially left-leaning, or at least socially progressive on some level, and thus, you know, kind of, you know, makes it more of a shit-lib place more so than anything. So, I mean, that seems like it fair accurately. And Dallas, yeah, it's definitely shit-lib. Every time I've been to Texas, it's always around Dallas, and yes, it's a shit-lib place. I mean, like, think about, like, how, you know, our city council does fuck all, right? Like, think about that, but, like, bigger and worse. Because, like, the projects that they do kind of do go on for years when they shouldn't. So it's like, I mean, there's it's like the ineffectual shit liberty of our city council is basically just like 5 times, you know, as bad, at least. Obviously, when it comes to how the city is and structured, it's not, but I'm just saying how they go about dealing with it. It's just like that same shit liberal, you know, structural shit. And yes, there is no, you know, direct ballot initiative, so you know, the populace doesn't even have a possibility to get around that. At least in Portland, we do. You know, but over there, they don't, unfortunately. Because of the state of Texas and their weird-ass laws. Like, because they got a weirder way of running their state in comparison to a lot of states. Like, their state governmental structure is really fucking weird. Only one commissioner endorsed the reform measure, hard to see. The voters mandated that change. Yep. And there's a reason for it. It's sadly, like, something like that for Dallas, or any city in Texas, you know, like, that just won't happen. Unless politicians that they vote in, you know, push that. But they're not going to. Because they know that the possibility of, you know, the, like, actual voter base having that much power would, you know, be a little detrimental in their mind. Because they don't want, like, these liberal urban city centers, you know, running everything in the state. Or the country, or wherever, you know, wherever the fuck they think. I got drunk last night and ordered a base on eBay. You ordered a base last night on eBay? I mean, weren't you upgrading your setup anyway? Well, you know what? I guess if you don't want it... I'm kidding. Obviously, you wanted the base. So you bought it. Brazil had an America mode. I know, dude. Oh, I was meaning to actually check that out at some point. We'll definitely look at that in a little bit here, actually. What are you doing, dog? Oh, but wanted jazz bass again for years and finally went for it. Fuck yeah, dude. You're not going to regret that. You're going to get that in the mail. You're going to open it up, and then you're going to start jamming on it, and then you're going to play on it for like an hour and have fun with it. Like, you're gonna be like, you know, a kid in a candy store being all happy and giggly, you know, playing all over it. I was waiting for one to come back in stock. It's only at 4 a.m. last night, and I expected it came back in stock, and I got 2. Oh, you got 1 of 2. Oh, so there was only 2 left, and you were able to get 1. Nice. The distributor is Pitbull Audio, and they were only allocated 2. We're still supply change storage. No, it won't work anymore. Yeah. Which translates to, we don't want to pay our workers a decent enough wage and give them decent benefits to actually be here, so they don't want to work anymore. Oh, here. Alright, get my coats on. Whoop. Wow. Oh, boo-boo. I probably don't want to know how much the manufacturer cider pays their workers. It's made in Indonesia. Yeah, that's probably, honestly, at that point, is just likely, I mean, at that point, it's just likely slavery. Microsoft had 6-year-old custodial. Wait, what? Also, the teacher was shot by a 6-year-old. Oh my god. Well, they're in America, I guess, at that point, because it's just like, oh, wonder how that happened. Probably, someone not exactly being responsible and, keeping it in a safe place where it's not in the reach of kids. This is a good question. What type of actual only post management 14? Mainly because it was just poorly written. Like, the idea of having a permit, I'm not even against, but there needs to at least, be, like, having something established first, before that gets enacted. Like, it needed to have at least, at the minimal, like, well, at least one, cops not fucking, dictating who gets permits. That for one. Like, it needs to be, actual, like, professionalized, firearm safety experts and shit. Like, I actually was just talking about this with my roommate, actually, on my last break, funny enough. Because, from what, I was telling him, actually, was that, like, how in Hollywood, at least when it comes to movies and shows where, they have guns involved with them, like it's a war drama or something like that. A lot of times, they're using real guns, as a prop, but nonetheless, they're real. And, because of that, there's they have what's called a firearm safety expert, and, basically, the firearm, expert that is going to be there who handles and holds all that shit. Essentially, just like, get those, people who are in that type of qualification, like firearm safety training experts and shit, that work in these type of fields, where they're working with other people and ensuring, like, safety training and shit. Because, I mean, there's a lot of people like that, that, do that type of work. So, having at least, different places, whether it's at, like, the sheriff's office or wherever the fuck, having those experts there, and they're the ones who are able to, for the regular, like, organ, registry and shit, be able to qualify those type of things. Just looking at the system from there. And setting up, like, fire ranges, or, like, setting up a place to where, you go to take the class. But as it, stands, if, at least especially with the, I mean, obviously it's going to trial now at this point, but with it, if it would have been enacted on the 8th, at least as it would have stand now, there's nothing in place, for someone to go get a permit. So essentially that means nobody can get anything, outside of getting ammo, I guess. So it's just like, I mean, it essentially kind of puts an entire halt because there was no, actual infrastructure in place, for it. Because of that part of it was very poorly worded. Because at least the idea of, permit shit, I'm not against, obviously. It's just like the same idea where you have a license and, you have cars, that are, tied to your name and shit, basically. I mean, also, I know, like, at least when it comes to cars and shit, there could be, like, a co-owner, so to speak, right? And at least in that sense, I, wouldn't be against the idea of having someone, like, let's say, somebody is, like, when they have the firearm and stuff and when they get it are fine, but hit a point of their life where they might be suicidal, and, like, kind of a red flag comes up, or, like, a welfare check comes up for them. Well, they can have at least, like, a secondary, name and say, hey, this is, somebody who, who, is, like, passed, the background check and shit, where, essentially they that person can hold on to them either permanently or temporarily, until the other person is not a risk to themselves or others. So it's like a system like that in place, I'd be fine with. And again, so like I just simply don't trust cops, period, to be doing any of that shit. Like, one, they're already trigger happy as it is. Am I gonna trust a cop to give me proper training on a firearm? Fuck no. And also, I don't trust them anyway, like, for any reason. Like, why should I? Like, I mean, if anything, they got the legal jurisdiction to kill me. And let's say one of them's because they're a trigger-happy dipshit, because of how these cops are and shit, and one of these trainings and shit, they accidentally blot me, because they're fucking, doing their safety training, and they're gonna be able to get away with it. All they get is a nice little paid vacation, and then they get back on the fucking, payroll and back on the street and shit, like within even sometimes days' time. So it's like, I sure shit ain't gonna be trusting them, especially with their biases. Like, it doesn't matter, like, what the background checks will come up with. Like, those cops will look at certain people and just be like, nah. I don't, it's like either these guys are, kind of like on the right side of things, or they're either like, I don't like the cut of their jib, even though they're fine. They would be contracted out to existing CCL facilities, which aren't that many, which there needs to be an expansion of. Like, there would be, like the backlog and everything, broadly, would be, insane, because there's no real actual infrastructure in place for it. Like, there needs to be an expansion of these type of things. I mean, hell, like, having, like, classrooms set aside at, like, community college or some shit, like a PCC or wherever the fuck. I mean, hell, that would be, even fine, at least as a temporary thing until something gets more permanently put in. I mean, there had to at least be something, to be like, at least until there's more of a permanent infrastructure, here's, places where you can at least get them, in the meantime, until there's a permanent, like, location to where you can go take classes and stuff and, like, every type of thing. So that wouldn't work. I mean, when it comes to a permit thing, it's a class where guns aren't necessarily, involved with that. It's a test, like, reading up on it, like, going through, like a quiz and shit like that. I mean, it's one of those type of tests. I think a part of it does say that there's a live round type of training, which that would have to be set up. So there, at least in the meantime, there would need to be an alternative put in place for that. So, local gun clubs, private ranges, or set, having like, state, land that could be set up temporarily as something like that. I mean, something. Like, there's only one fire range that I know of that's in my area, and it's at the sheriff's office. Like, that's the only one that I know of. And that's for, like, this whole area. I mean, people trying to get live round training and shit, to get a permit would be ridiculous, trying to go for that process. It'd probably be just as bad as the DMV right now. Granted, DMV is always terrible, but, I mean, it would just be, like a really big backlog. And if anything, it would probably take a very long, indefinite, amount of time, at least until it eventually gets down to the point where either something's put in place to where it can actually, like, address, all the people, whether they're panic buying or genuinely trying to get interested in it, or whatever the fuck. There's hands-on training. I think it's to show noobs how to properly store a gun, work the safety, load ammo, remove unused ammo, etc. Yeah, which I do think is an important thing to that, to when it comes to owning a firearm. Like when it comes to the one that you want to own, you should at least go through some basic, course to learn how to do that, and show that at least you understand, what, how to do that. You don't have to be, like, fucking great at it. Like, I mean, shit, when I first got my AK, and, like, when I first started using it, I was a little clumsy with it at first. Like, I've seen how AKs work and stuff, and I know how they operate, but, owning one, and actually being able to, like, tinker with it and stuff, at first, yeah, I was a little klutzy with it. I've had it for a while now, so at this point, I kind of know it inside and out. Tinkered with it so many times now, so it's just like, once you at least understand and learn the processes of how to operate that thing, it makes, that person, more safer, more responsible with that because they understand it. Trying to prior, yeah, and I do think there should at least be something set up, either like a class, like kind of a classroom like thing at, like honestly, like at the Sportsman's where I got my AK when I went over there when I bought it. Like, honestly, they got room to where they could probably set up, even whether there's, like, no walls or it's a walled thing, like a separate room. Like, they have a place, or have, at least space to where they could do a little retrofit inside the interior, cordon it off, so people don't go near it. Like, they do this shit all the time at my work where they, install new shit and, change things up ever so slightly. So it's just like they can do that, add one extra small little room, basically be like, all right, here's your little, like, in the room where, they can show you all the things and stuff, so you're just not out in the open and just willy-nilly out everywhere. At least, and also, no distractions at that point, so you can at least be in an environment where there's, minimal distractions, so you can at least be focused and actually, pay attention. So it's, honestly, there's a lot of stores, like, I know some gun stores do have, like, ranges in them as well, so it's like, I mean, it's not like every place, doesn't have, like, something at least already, technically, but, they also need to, make sure that they have the, materials and the logistics that they need to, make, when it comes to, qualifying and, dealing with the permits and passing people and shit. Because obviously they, there's the background check process, but, I mean, if they don't exactly got everything else they need to do the rest of the process, for the permit, then, it's like, it's gonna take it's gonna take a while. I mean, honestly, at least for a lot of people, that's kind of the reason why they were, at least in some part, opposed to it a little bit, was just because of the poor wording of it. It's not really necessarily, like, what's totally in it. What would you do if you showed up to work and one of the managers was passed out in the back of the deli with half a bottle of vodka next to him? Like, in that case, I mean, I'd probably be like, hey, dude, like, at least for me, I'd be like, hey, like, before someone else catches you, you should probably clock off and just say that you were feeling sick and, go home, and I'll, just put it like that. But if it's, like, a point where, it's, like, caused a ruckus of shit everywhere, just, like, puked or something, like, I mean, all this sort of stuff, I mean, yeah. So, like, I mean, with a half of, like, that, I mean, yeah, probably would at least maybe say something, but my, at least, first idea would be like, all right, are you at least okay enough to get up and go home before, like, someone sees you? Holds up the bottle of vodka and what's out. I would just throw that away. Like, I wouldn't let them walk out with that. I would dump it and then hide, and toss that, like, deep down inside the fucking trash bin and be like, just, it's like, go home and sleep this off. Like, drink water. Like, I would not, like, I mean, because if I saw that, like, that, one, they're not keeping that bottle for sure. Like, you save it for your stream tonight. I don't know if they've been, putting their lips all over the bottle. That's the thing, like, better safe to start on that one. Like, because let's say they might be, they might have a little cold or some shit. I don't fucking know. If it was my own bottle, sure, but no, it's somebody else's. And honestly, they probably would thank me later at that point. Being like, yo, thanks for just dumping that and get me out. Like, that was probably, for my own sake, so I probably don't, accidentally fuck my, life over and, lose my job and shit. You don't like who would you rat out? I mean, I'm kind of, like, all in all on the, kind of the metric of, like, I know people go through shit in their own life and stuff, and sometimes, like, especially with stress at work, it kind of, like, bleeds out, because I got, I know plenty of coworkers, now and since, like, I've been working there, that, fallen on legit hard times and shit. Actually, one of them, the guy that, I've talked about frequently before, who's a vet, Like, he was feeling pretty suicidal. Funny enough, because he was drinking a bunch of vodka, and he's somebody that does actually own a firearm and shit. But it's like after had a welfare check put on him, they honestly initially thought he had a drinking problem. They didn't even think, he was just being suicidal for that. They thought it was that because he was trying to hide a drinking problem. And it's like, nah. Like, he eventually was like, well, nah, I mean, no, it's just because I was being, stupid. I was, I'm depressive, just because of some shit going on. And I did something that was very fucking dumb. And I shouldn't have been thinking that. Like, at this point, he realizes, that, yeah, doing that was stupid, and I'm not doing that again. Like, he's shaped up now, and, at least in that sense. So, it's like, I mean, I get that, people can go through some shit, and it's just like, if there was a case where I saw him, maybe, like, have, like a ball in or some shit passed out, like, I mean, at the very least, I'd be like, all right, dude, just clock off, I'm gonna dump this out, and we'll just say you were really sick and we don't know what's going on, and we'll just, maybe call an ambulance for you or something like that. And then, just leave it at that. Because, I mean, for me, like, it's because, like, if someone's already in a situation, that's, like, where is, like, they might be, like, an alcoholic, for example, or they might be, going through some depression, and, and it's not, like, something they usually go through, but have, a period in their life where that might happen, then, I mean, in a way, the last thing you want to do is, like, fuck their life over and make them lose their, and have their job being lost because of something they did that was stupid that, and they weren't thinking clearly about. I mean, it's just, but obviously, eventually later down the line, once they kind of, get themselves sorted out a little bit, they realize, yeah, that was actually kind of dumb and not doing that again, and, so, so what you'll do. Yeah, I mean, I try to at least. I mean, honestly, it's just like, there have been managers where I legit don't like, but even then, it's like, I mean, I'm not really, like, going to be on the thing, unless I really do think they did something fucked up. And honestly, there is kind of a manager there that I feel like, I don't know if it's intentional or not. I'm still kind of, reserving, my position with that particular drama. But, like, with one of our, I was talking about last night with one of our PICs, Jay. That's not his name, but that's just what I call him. Or at least, call him on here. But he, was, basically, essentially is being slandered and being lied about and gaslit about bullshit that he didn't do. And part of that is due to another PIC, and it's kind of like, I don't know if I'm on, like, I'm willing to rat it out, or just be like, like, kind of partly be not my issue, but I also like, Jay a lot, and he's been there for a while, and, and he also kind of has that, has seniority, and there's only, and at least when it comes to the PIC side of things, that's the side of things, there hasn't really been that many issues up until, like, the last couple months since she's been here. So, again, I'll reserve my, I guess, position all in all about it, but, I mean, I definitely got reservations. Bunch of team made a podcast that proved that depression no real. Depression no real, so chin up, talk to you, both. Oh my god, this... Stop. Jesus Christ. But, yeah. I mean, all in all, like, I know that, like, people definitely got, their own shit that goes on and stuff, so, like, at least for me, the last thing, I guess in a way I'm willing to give chances, but at the same time, I don't always, I'm not just gonna give that out every fucking time, so to speak, you know what I mean? Because, like, people, there are people out there, obviously, that could potentially take advantage of shit like that, and kind of exploit, your kindness, basically. So it's like, obviously if that, it's like, so in like one-off, or it happens like once in a, it's like a very rare once in a blue moon type of thing, where some shit happens or whatever, like, I'm usually going to be like fairly chill about it, and at the end of the day, just kind of let it slide because I don't really care. At least in a sense about like trying to like punish you because you made a mistake once. It's like, I mean, I think the general embarrassment and the realization about kind of fucked up a little bit is enough. Depressed? Me? Not really. Not myself, but I honestly, at least right now, know some coworkers that are. And it's partly why I tend to be kind of a chill guy in a lot of ways because I hear their side of things a lot, and and I hear their vents and hear how they feel about shit, and it's like in a lot of ways it makes me understand. It's like, yeah, I get why you might pop off occasionally or get upset or feel a certain way and shit. I mean, maybe going about it's just about like how we try to address these type of things, because obviously we especially when we're emotionally prone, I mean we don't always think clearly when we're in that state, so whether that's due to rage, depression, or whatever the fuck it is. Well, not necessarily depression, but like outright like sadness and being just all in all just being very emotionally prone state. Smocking managers, because a lot of safe managers seem really shitty. As mentioned, maybe 2 or 3 decent ones. Yeah, and honestly, right now they're the ones that I talk about that kind of get fucked with. Like one of the other PSCs is actually a pretty chill dude that I like a lot. He's only working 1 day this week, and at this point he's actually kind of been doing field station work to pick up hours because he also kind of wanted to work over there. This is a stupid thing. It's like, they're always saying, we're getting more people for you guys, to try to hire more people, which they do. We actually had a new girl for today. And, we've had a new person, at least for, a week or so, before that. And it's like, there's like a bunch of fucking people that want to transfer to different departments, right? It's like, there's like at least, one person at me that wants to go over our department. There's at least one person in our department wants to go to bakery. I think there's one person in the bakery that's about to head out anyway. So that means that there's at least a possibility open for that. Possibility. There's at least, I think somebody from like Chickasaw wants to actually be in produce or some shit. Like, and I know in field, one of them, at least my roommate, wants to be in my department. And then another one wants to be in fucking meat. And it's like, yeah, and it's like, I know there's at least one other person wants to go to fuel station. So it's like you have people in your own fucking store to where all you have to do is just like, from this schedule onward, just flip around people. Just flip people around in different departments and boom. There you go. Solved it. People got transferred, roommates, or roommates, like, fucking, like, how many people are staffed, to each department don't change outside maybe like 1 or 2 maximum. I mean, it's just like, it's not a hard fucking fix. It's just that they just don't want to do shit. Is your roommate a gas pumper? Yeah. I can't recommend to pump their own gasoline at a fuel station. Because, you got people who are being paid to do it. And also, some, at least with our gas station, it also will, do things like diesel and shit as well. So, I mean, from my understand, at least, if you were to be like a fuel station worker at our store, you would also have to get like, like diesel gas station fuel qualification shit on top of just being that for someone on that level. And actually really ain't. Like, one of the dudes over there, every now and then he just brings a 6-string guitar, and when it's a slow day, you just don't give a fuck. Why don't you have the right to pump your own gas by yourself? I don't well, I mean, I think a lot of it's just because, I honestly don't know totally. I think some of it's just because, when the gas station's closed, I mean, the system's shut down, so wouldn't be any real way to deal with it. State law would need to be changed, and the state legislators to dealing with more important issues like housing. Yeah. Like, honestly, like, the ponderance of, like, why Oregonians don't pump their own gas is not exactly on my mind about, you know, the issues that Oregonians feel. And housing is definitely one of them. Healthcare expansions, which luckily, you know, have happened at least to an extent with Measure 111. You know, so that's going to eventually come into fruition and hopefully get us more expanded into the public option, at the very least, or like a state-ran universal healthcare system. Kotek already kept one campaign promise. She declared a homelessness state of emergency, which makes more state resources available to cities and counties. Well, that's good. Well, I suppose that means she's already off to a good start. Gas station fuel pump operator sounds like a very easy job. It is. Well, it can be. It has, you know, cons to it as well. You're out in the goddamn cold or the heat all day, depending on the season. And sometimes you get people who are kind of dickish, just like any other retail work, though, to be frank. Phone course conservatives flipped out, even that was exactly what they claimed they wanted. Kote trying to be a dictator. Well, of course. Hypocrisy is like the biggest thing conservatives like to deal out. It's like if a Democrat does something, even if they like it, they're like, they're trying by dictator, woke libs, these woke mob, blah, 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 and all sort of shit. And when they do it, they're like, God bless them, they're goddamn patriot, I tell you what. It's like, God, Jesus Christ. Bitch, the state legislature explicitly passed a law allowing the governor to call state emergency. Yeah, for real, dude. Like, I don't think it's just, like, something that a governor could just, like, outright, you know, declare. State emergency will also push state agencies in action regarding land use and zoning, which could push Portland on the slow permitting promise. Hopefully. That'd actually be nice. That'd be some good shit right there. What else is on to me? Like I said, it's just want cops to start beating heads. They don't want actual action. Yeah, they just want cops to just, like, shoot and beat homeless people. Like, this essentially is just what they fucking want. And to jail them and criminalize them and basically erase them from existence because they're, like, lazy and leeches and fucking rats to society. Because that's exactly what fucking conservatives, you know, think of this shit. Here, let's see. Let's see what random little things I can see about here. Man, I hate when there's no timestamps on this fucking bitch. Boo. Boo to no timestamps. Boo. Want these sweet things over here. I might snack on these. I have these for a snack. There's one r/program with Smooth Murray says stop raise taxes and just rest in jail homeless people. Response also release violent felons so the jails have room to hold people for the crime of not having a safe place to sleep. Well, they would just say, well, we already released them anyway, so what difference would it make then? That's probably is what they would say. Because they already think that we released, a shitload of violent, offenders already as it is. Which, I mean, it's like kind-ish true. It's like they're using like a kernel of truth to spew a fucking lie, basically. It's like, yeah, there's like some cases where there are these dudes, or like or these crimes that have been happening and shit where these people get released, but it's like it's because there's like different variations of things like bail and shit like that, so or other legal variables, so it's not just inherently just like, oh, they're just being released to be released. I mean, I still don't, I agree that they probably shouldn't, but like I mean, it's not like some weird agenda behind that. Sounds like an ass idea, even if it's feasible to interfere with sidewalks and backways. I mean, because it is. And honestly, I mean, there's more interference with having anti-homeless infrastructure, more so than just like having infrastructure that might be somewhat accommodating to pedestrians, including homeless people. Like I remember seeing like this like little YouTube short of this dude from New York that was talking about some of this anti-homeless infrastructure, and it's basically just like, essentially, where they have like these vents, which I think they go to probably like the subways or something, but they're heated, so they, during the cold winters and stuff, a lot of that air is very warm, so it kind of, like, rises up, and thus, especially when it's cold as fuck, homeless people tend to sleep on them. What New York decided to do is make it like this weird wavy, like bliggly blobbity like structure, and every now and then have like this little arc in some of the metal like grates, so it's literally impossible to sleep on it or even sit on it or anything. And it's not like someone sleeping on it's damaging it or anything. It's they just don't simply want people on it. It's just like, and so regardless if they're homeless or not, they put that weird ass infrastructure in place to essentially just keep people off of it, especially when it comes to homeless people that might, be using something, to take advantage of to get keep warm. The issue is that air smells like ass. I've been to New York City once. The vented air smells awful. I'm sure it does. But if you're homeless and you're trying to stay warm, I don't know if the smell's your main priority. I mean, the fact that the person's homeless and is using that, to try to stay warm is a problem in the first place due to the fact that they're homeless and they shouldn't have to be in that situation in the first place, and we should humanely treat that and deal with that issue. But putting an anti-homeless infrastructure in place is not how you solve it. It was in the summer. In the summer, might smell worse in the winter. Well, it probably doesn't travel as far in the winter, so probably not as much. Like, the heat would, make, I don't know. I don't know, like, what the chemistry of that would be. If it's in the middle of a public area. If it's in, like, their tent or something, and it's basically out of sight, out of mind. Like, if they find a place where no one can see them, then who's gonna stop them? Frankly, I get that, like, some homeless people out there be whack shit, but I think the last priority is, like, when's next time they find a nut. Being very unsafe. Vox has interviewed New York homeless people, and almost all of them say the shelters are dirty and dangerous. Yeah. I mean, even homeless people around here will say, like some shelters around here are not exactly safe, and not just, because and I don't disagree. I mean, and when it comes to the idea of like, shelters or housing, I mean, that in itself needs to be rethought. Like when it comes to like housing, or at least, when it comes to a shelter, it needs to be like private, like, rooms basically that the person, could go into and lock the door type of thing, so no one can, enter if it's, they're in there and trying to sleep or something, or just don't want anyone bothering them. So it's just like, I mean, I think that would help with a lot of the elements, at least when it comes to like sexual abuse and thievery and shit like that. It's at least having something, like that in place. Yes, needs to switch to a more humane method of homeless shelters. There's a reason safe to rest villages have huge wait lists while traditional shelters are avoided. Yeah. I mean, exactly. You don't even need locking doors. The tents don't have locks. You just need more privacy. Well, I mean, when it comes to like an actual like shelter, I mean, that's what I would say, it should have, which would imply privacy. Like, obviously, like, if you still have a tent, you can't exactly lock a tent. I mean, I guess you could if it has, like, 2 zippers. And then you can have the zippers meet and put, like, a little lock on that, I guess. I suppose there's a way to, technically lock a tent. It's still easy to get into one, though, despite that. But either way, you could technically do that. Here. I think just refurbish the existing shelters to give them more individual rooms, and then common area bathrooms and kitchens, make it 24/7 also. Yeah, that definitely needs to, be a major element to it as well. You also need high capacity than existing also. Yeah, that too. I mean, it's just like, at least, a starting foundation of what can be done, to help absolve and fix these type of issues. But of course, unfortunately, there always tends to be like some dumb shit, localized bureaucracy that tends to get in the way of making sure shit like this actually gets done. Which adds more to the whole, broader issue of like a lack of actual, investment into these things, because like you can't just rely on charity. That doesn't exactly do much. Like, frankly, it barely scratches the surface, especially now these days. I've done so before the city starts getting on with the implementations of the reform measure. I think we'll probably at least see some successes. I don't think it'll totally be, like a slam dunk, right off the bat, but I do think we'll see some progress with that. We have been investing in this issue as much money has been wasted because of that said bureaucracy. Like, it's not really investing into the issue if a lot of that money is wasted and just like basically funneled away into not fixing the problem. Because at that point, it basically just goes into the pockets of, a lot of the people that benefit, to the money being given to them for investing into the homeless issue. But then proceeds to let it fester and get worse. It's actually exceeded expectations because it actually had performance metrics. Well, at least, raising money is, part of it. But, I mean, you gotta, obviously it has to, like, go to something. And it needs to go into, like, actually having actions and results. Because Portland hasn't seen any of it. At least not yet. Also passed, new text for homelessness has been performing well because of performance metrics. Too much of money is going to grifting nonprofits. Well, exactly. It's going into the pockets of people that, rather get golden parachutes and profit off of this. because it's more of a capitalistic enterprise, to stall, actual progress by putting more bureaucracy and just saying we just need more investment. And then a lot of it gets wasted into a lot of those nonprofits where it basically just gets pocketed, into the to the people that run them, which are probably a lot of them, company owners and, CEOs and, people that have a more vested interest of, demonizing the homeless and shit, so they could just, like, have them thrown all in the cages and shit. Badly needing mental health care. I mean, yeah. That for just, like, 1,005 billion different reasons. So, like, I mean, not just for Oregon, but just for this entire fucking country. Like, shit, I can argue that, like, a lot of other places, even with universal healthcare and shit, like in Europe and stuff, could probably, start really expanding on things like this and actually probably address these issues a little more. I guess I'm always saying that just because it just feels like it's never, like, an actual, like, merit of discussion of, like, hey, let's actually try to see how we can help, like, make it so our mental health is better. And, and how do we healthfully treat our mental health? It's just, like, yeah, that doesn't really seem like it's, like, the main topic when it comes to it. Said a lot. Most of the nonprofits oppose criminalized homelessness. They don't want really address the issue at all because it requires high level of homelessness to make money. Well, I mean, the thing, especially at least considering, with the housing crisis in itself as it is right now, you don't exactly get much of a shortage of homeless people. I mean, that's still why there's always such demonization about the homeless and shit, even amongst, like, liberals types and shit, because even if they're, if nonprofit charities and shit, as, like, grifty and liberal as they may be, like, they still have a broader, like, general, like, demonization of the homeless and shit. They might not necessarily be an outright, element of criminalization, like, have them all, like, arrested out in cages, because, for those types, there's obviously far more of a profit motive of just, like, I don't want that in my backyard, so just shuffle them away somewhere. Obviously have them around, because we have a profit motive and an interest in keep them around, but get them out of here. Which can be, open to criminality as well, because a part of that is arresting some of them. Found my new favorite tea, Zevia. They also make soda, too. And I like their sodas. It's like the only one that isn't too sweet for me. So, I didn't know they did tea. I'll have to try their tea. Though, like I was saying, though, I mean, it's all like a very capitalistic enterprise. Some of them have more of a profit motive when it comes to criminalizing them, when it comes to, like, prisons and, the jails and shit, and a lot of them have a profit motive at least, continue that whole circle. The circle of misery and shit, basically. Have just enough people who are just, like, within the margins of potentially, like, losing a home and, likely going into homelessness, and have just enough people in the margins to where they're criminalized for being homeless. Because, they didn't, they were loitering around too long as they were doing one of our sweeps. So now there was, resisting a lawful order, so now they're subject to arrest, or so whatever the fuck. I mean, they're homeless, so they can throw whatever the fuck they want at them, and no one's gonna really care. I mean, cops harass and annoy and will find any excuse to basically criminalize homeless people, even if there are, like, policies or, like, a more of an incentive to, not criminalize them and shit. Because they're basically just the bottom of the barrel. I mean, it's honestly why a lot of, like, shit libs, especially like Ted Wheeler, because he's the one who's pushing them anyway and doing them. When it comes to those city sweeps, basically just pushing homeless people from one part of Portland to another. Like, I mean, that's basically just like, like all in major support for a lot of, what, a lot of these NIMBY liberal types and shit, including the ones that probably also support those same nonprofits too, because they think, they're doing some good. Even though they ain't. They're just complicit with the problem. And if anything, they're actually, fundamentally enabling it. I mean, because they make sure that things, stay in this nice little status quo. That's why I fucking... It's like, not to get a tangent about libs, but it's why I fucking detest libs. Or at least 80% of liberals, I guess I should add. So many of them are fucking so goddamn weaselly. And have this veneer of, like, yeah, I want to help people, but don't, like, fundamentally, actually want to, like, address the issues and, solve the problems. They just want to, like, yeah, I want to help by getting them out of my neighborhood and getting them into where I don't have to see them. It's like, their little veneer of compassion is just all, in a way of just them being like, I don't want to fucking see this, get it out of my sight. It's almost like the whole compassionate conservatism fucking culture and shit, frankly. Sorry, came in late. Yeah, really came in late. Let a homeless jerk off in public, who cares? I mean, yeah, like, I don't really care. I'd prefer it to be out of sight, out of mind myself. I don't exactly want to see that if I'm walking, down the street. I don't really care if someone, if, like, they're homeless people, like, I don't want them to be there, but it's not because of, like, oh, I get it, but if they're also just there, but just, like, busting out the meats, it's like, yeah, I mean, I'd just be like, can you please find an alley, or, like, go inside your tent, or something? It's like, somewhere else. I mean, if I can't see them in the tent, but I can hear noises, that's fine. Yeah, and honestly, like, whatever noises they're going to be making while doing that are probably not going to be as disturbing as some noises that homeless people make when they're just, going for, like, some manic state or something. Or some drug-induced thing, like... Honestly, like, I've already heard some pretty crazy noises, from, sometimes, so it's like, I think that'd be the least of my concerns noise-wise. True, yeah, I mean, yeah, you know how it is. Speaking of bases, someone hella Roblox and Amazon building downtown, all the windows were replaced with plywood. Wait, really? Well, base. Are you sure that someone Robloxed it, or did they just put up plywood because they don't want people to do that? Because I know some businesses are just like, we don't want people damaging it because of the unlawfulness and the, anarchy and stuff. So they put up the plywood to try to preemptively stop that. Like, I remember during the protests, not every building that had plywood got smashed. A lot of those businesses did that in hopes that, they don't get smashed later, in the future. Which, honestly, like, I mean, I feel like the reason why they probably weren't hit the first time around usually is probably because they're not the target of the, of who to get smashed with the windows, Like, if you got, like, mom and pops, like, pub, brewery, restaurant, whatever the fuck, right next to, like, Chase Bank or something, and Chase Bank's all fucked up, but yours is totally fine. I mean, I think you're gonna be okay. So, I mean, it's not like, there has been exceptional times. I mean, I know there was, like, once, I know Ripsey, I think you went with part of the protest, and then there were bad actors that essentially, kind of took control of the march and basically went to a couple blocks that were all small businesses and started fucking their shit up. Which the fucked up thing was, most of those businesses are actually supportive of the protesters in the first place. And it's like, bruh. That's why, predominantly don't go after, like, small businesses. Like, when it comes to, like, the whole, like, grievance at businesses. Like, I mean, because a lot of the owners and, of that shit probably do support you, like, legitimately. At least especially around here. I mean, obviously not all of them, but still. Like, hit Chase, hit Wells Fargo, and all that shit. Like, I don't give a fuck. Don't hit, like, the local, like, thrift store, or some shit that's in downtown Portland or whatever. Don't hit that. Have their adult baby diaper. Yeah, dude, yeah, I mean, yeah, nationalize Amazon. Honestly, that whole, like, warehousing, like, yeah, we're shipping things and shit, like, I feel like that could probably just be nationalized, because that's a part of our, like, logistical bloodline of how, like, we live, I feel like, that could probably, at the very minimal, be nationalized and, remove the whole profit element and just cut the middleman off that. At least when it, like, on the Amazon status of shit. Or, like, when it comes to more, like, when it comes to those type of means. Like, there are people who had, because Amazon then discovered, imagine that, so that must be. I mean, not really. I mean, like, I don't really necessarily think that's psychologically sad. I mean, I'd rather just, if I have a fetish, I'd rather discover that not at work. I'd rather discover that in my bedroom or something, you know what I mean? But whatever. I mean, it's like, hey, if I find out while I'm just, like, shuffling, some goddamn, boxes around, I'm like, I discovered I'm actually kind of into this. It's like, well, I mean, you do you, dude. Adults diapers set. I don't care. Like, I literally don't give a fuck. Some people some people need them, like, I mean, sometimes, I mean, so what, I don't give a fuck. Sometimes the corner workers, there's a smell at work. Oh, dude, I bet an Amazon warehouse facility does have some weird skunk on it. I saw a Twitter post asking, what would you do if a date invited you to Olive Garden? I mean, I'll show up, I won't be sober. I mean, I'd show up, but, they better know that I'm probably not going to order a lot of food, because I'm just going to eat the shit out of the breadsticks. I'm literally just primarily going there for the breadsticks. And honestly, they better have a decent personality and at least like them enough, to potentially see them again, but I'm choosing the next restaurant. We're not, no. So, like, Olive Garden will never happen again. Honestly, I just want to know how they make their goddamn breadsticks so I can just fucking embrace myself in those breadsticks. Unless, I don't judge, but it's to me too, for the workers. Well, that, in that way, yes. Like, I mean, that's sad, yeah. Like, I mean, you have to wear them just literally on the virtue they have to work, because you basically are, like, reprimanded if you take too long of a shit or piss or whatever the fuck. It's like, yeah. I mean, 100%. Like, if it's just, like, something that someone obviously needs because they got, bowel issues or whatever the hell, or, those type of things, or, or for whatever reason, then, I mean, obviously I ain't gonna give a shit. I mean, if it's obviously a weird kink of theirs, again, I ain't gonna care. You do you, boo, you know what I mean? But, like, I mean, if it's basically something they have to do because, like, your job basically refuses to let you, like, do basic biological functions, then that's inhumane and fucked. I mean, it's like, I feel like, at least in this specific thing, I feel like even slaves were probably treated better when it came to their biological, like, bowel movements and piss movements, you know what I mean? It's like, hey, I'm gonna need to, go to the outhouse real quick, sir. It's like, alright, don't take too long. I can see that outhouse from over here. Alright. And they go out there, probably spend 20 minutes letting out a mean shit. They come back out, it's like, alright, I get back to it. You know, and it's like, they, unironically, I mean, like, not even at Amazon you can do that. It's like, oh, you have like 60 seconds. Get snippy snappy. And you're on like the 3rd floor, and the fucking bathroom's on the 1st floor on the literally opposite side of the fucking, like, you know, building and shit. And the building's like goddamn 5 football fields. So it's like, yeah, make those 60 seconds count. Yeah, great. I mean, it's like, I mean, all in all, like, I feel like, you know, in a way, as fucked up as it sounds, I feel like, you know, like, fucking, you know, people on the slave plantations legit were treated better when it came to, like, having to take a shit or piss. It's like, yeah, they were probably watched, and they were probably still timed with it and shit. But, I mean, for fuck's... I mean, I'm probably wrong. It's probably a hot take, to be fair. But, I mean, I'm probably gonna get canceled for it. But, I mean, fuck. Like, it's just a fucking basic-ass function that, you know, people have. It's like, people got shit, people got piss. I mean, it's like, well, it's literally a part of our biology. Yeah, it's gross. Yeah, you know, I don't like dealing with it. You know, it's you know, like one of the grosser things about our bodies, but still gotta do it. Still need time set aside for it. Sometimes, you know, even 10 minutes might not be enough. Sometimes, you know, might be some buildup, might be constipated for a second, so you might need like 20 minutes or, you know, to be in there to work it out. I mean, it's like, fuck. Why is this even a conversation? Yeah, basic sex, smack about the work. I mean, this ain't talking smack about the workers. This is an indictment on the working conditions of Amazon. Because they get treated like shit. Like, they shouldn't have to be, like, the comparison, the fact that, you know, you know, it's like they're being treated in such ways is the fucking problem. I mean, Amazon's not just talking smack, but basically just, like giving them smack. Fuck Amazon. Yeah, for real. That's why, honestly, I'd rather have it nationalized at this point. Because that's essentially is what it fucking needs. Like, I mean, it just needs to be a nationalized thing, and, you know, and basically consider, like, a public, you know, service industry and shit. Like, you know, and just, like, interweave it into the USPS or whatever the fuck. Like, you already have, like, an agency already established for it, basically. Just just interweave all the logistics that are already in place and just, like, paint everything from Amazon to USPS shit. There you go. Boom. There. Nationalize it. Easy. And then all of a sudden, all those Amazon workers are now just USPS workers and shit. And now, our mailing industry and shit and all that, you know, when it comes to everything, just expanded a fuckload right there. All the Amazon workers would get pensions. Exactly. And plus, USPS already, you know, just by contract, I think, or by contrast, you know, does have a union for them, though the Amazon Labor Union would already be a thing. And I guess in a sense, you know, that would basically just, like, be a, like, open gate for the ALU, you know, to just, like, you know, just, like, flood into all these warehouses that used to be Amazon and just, like, rename it, you know, the ALU into, like, the USPSLU or some shit. I don't know. Like, you know, or, like, the PSLU or something, like the Postal Service Labor Union or some shit. I don't know. Like, I mean, it could just have a little slight rename and it would just be the same thing, you know? Like, it basically just, like, you know, cut the middleman out, slightly rebrand shit, boom, solved. And yes, it would solve a lot of budget crises, because then there would be mass expansion into that type of shit. So, all in all, and then at that point, you know, like whatever other companies that were a part of Amazon would essentially be broken up into their own separate individual companies at that point. So essentially also be like an antitrust law on top of it. A nationalization / trust busting fucking, you know, all in one. Ooh. Banging right there, son. Why the fuck is that brought up? Where did colostomy bags come from? And I don't think anyone needs to know that. Managers deserve whatever shit they get, probably. I could think of some fun ideas that, you know, workers at a warehouse could do as like a way to strike and walk out. Take all those piss bottles and all those used up diapers that they probably have like stored in like some like throwaway gym bag just for these purposes, and just dump them all in the offices, like in the managerial offices and shit. Just, and you think, you know, just chuck the piss balls in there? No, open them up and just dump it on everything. Make it funky, make it spunky, make it skunky in there, son. I mean, you gotta, like, that'll show you. Damn right, yeah. And also do that for their bathroom that will be conveniently right next to their office, too. Make sure you hit that as well. Because, you know, they got a bathroom that's separate from, like, the workers' bathrooms and shit that are, like, on a separate level or whatever the fuck. So then they'll have to use those. Which are probably full of graffiti and stuff like that, too, that are probably very tasteful. Yeah, I think that was shown pretty nicely. Got sandwiches and the wraps. Oh, man, I had to do fucking goddamn 6 goddamn breakfast burritos, dude. I had to do 6 of them today. Don't make me relive trauma right now, dude. I don't want to relive that trauma. 6 of them. I had to do 6 breakfast burritos. Oh my god. And he wanted all of them toasted. Oh my god, it took forever. And he basically... Is there even a menu? Yeah, they're like these little fancy TV screens. Don't you get to bring home food? Yeah. I did it tonight because I didn't really have... I already had food here, so I didn't bring anything tonight. I already had this, and you know, a while ago. I just have it stored here on the occasion once I'm out of tea, then fresh one ready to go. Though tomorrow, that I need to restock though, and also get melons. What's this? Nah, see these these aren't the wraps I'm talking about. These look like some Taco Bell wraps or something. That doesn't exactly, like, honestly, I mean, you couldn't even wrap them like that. They would just, everything would just fall out. Well, I guess you can, but the way we make them, there's not really a way to do it. And honestly, he also cleaned out pretty much, like, all of the ingredients for, like, breakfast items as well. Like, all of the, you know, the egg that we use, all of the sausage. We didn't even have JoJo's, so that we, like, and I feel like he would have cleared that shit out. Like, I mean, it's like, my dude, you basically just, like, took all the pot, like, pretty much, like, everything that, you know, for, like, you pretty much, like, took all of our breakfast burritos that we could possibly make. It's like, oh my god. It's like, Jesus, dude. And it took forever. And what's, like, ridiculous is that there was a line building up, but I think once, you know, some people looked and realized I was making, like, fucking, like, 6 of them, they went, oh, this is gonna take a while. And they wandered off and went to our pre-made sandwich shit, and I'm just like, thank you. And then, of course, guess who was after, you know, this person who made 6 breakfast burritos? My roommate, actually, and he wanted a goddamn wrap. and he, you know, wanted a breakfast burrito, but then I was like, alright, and then I realized, oh. And then I went, you know, to see if we had some more. No. So I went, shit. He literally just wiped us all out, and he's like, god damn it. So I made him a bacon ranch wrap at least, but, which honestly, you know, I honestly was tempted to make one. Now thinking about it, I kind of regret it now. I kind of want one now. That just sounds pretty fucking good, especially the way I make them. Oh my god. I mean, the way I do it is custom made. I just, you know, instead of ranch, I just do honey mustard instead, and then I put it, you know, some onions, some jalapenos, and what else? There's one other thing I put in there. olives. And then once I have at least all that toasted up, then I put it, on the wrap, and then I put a little bit of either spinach or lettuce, depending on what's fresher, and then I'll wrap it really quick, and then have the bottom side, kind of be on the, on the, kind of the floor of the toaster and shit. Have it in there for like, I don't know, like 10 seconds about. So the grains inside don't totally wither because everything else already got cooked. And then take it out, and then that at least, kind of has the tortilla kind of more solidified, so, the wrap sticks, and doesn't, like, just pop back open. So, I have a little process of how I at least make my little wraps, and oh my god, they're fucking dank. If you wanted to make some food, you had to make it yourself, even if you're in front of the house. I mean, and essentially it's what we do, basically. I mean, or it's already pre-made. I mean, like, honestly, like, just the other day, and actually lasted me 2 days, yesterday and the day before. I mean, I have the actually empty bag right there. I had a whole bunch of chicken tenders and shit with a shitload of ketchup, and they were all freshly made that I put in there because I wanted to make sure they were stocked up with attendees, and obviously I wanted some because the ones we had in there at the time, they were kind of old, and I was like, I want some fresh ones. Pretty fun puzzle. What'd you get? First word you see describes me. Well, this is awesome. The first word I literally see is gay. Ha! Gay! I shit you not. The first word I saw was this right here. This is the first word I saw. Gay. Actually, I think... Wait a minute. I see another gay up there. I see 2 gays. I see a third... Wait. It's all... Wait a second. All of it's gay. I see what you did here. And that's only kind of true. Lots of businesses donate expired food to Oregon Food Bank. I honestly don't even know if we do that. Actually, I don't think we do. We should. Because fuck, especially for our department, god damn, we could donate so much shit. Oh, boo boo. Gotta brush, what you gonna do? Gotta brush, what you gonna do? Man, you're ridiculous. You're ridiculous, boy. You're ridiculous little string bean. Good lord. Look at so, fuck so. Stop being adorable. Yeah, I'm calling you out. That's what you get. You're trying to bite the brush? It's trying to chew on the brush. Like, what the hell? You're such a goof. You can't chew on the brush. Yeah, you goofball. Don't be chewing on no damn brush. What's up with you? You're such a goof. Man, you're a goofball. A sweet little goofball, but you're a goofball nonetheless. Ugh. Yeah, switch sides. Come up here. Or not. Hey, come back here. There we go. Yeah. Now get your side. Yeah. Well, I like to actually, like, see what I'm doing, sir. You goof. Yeah, look at that. It sounds like awful bubble. There we go. Yeah. Oh my goodness, he's so much more softer now. You little softball. Goofy little baby. You're just a little softball now, aren't you? Yes, you is. Soup kitchen should be public works cooperatives. Or like kind of like local state co-op type of things or something. Hey! Oh my god, you little fuck! What was that? Was that... What? Excuse me? What was that about? I just... What? I just gave you a brushing just now, and this is what you just do to me. Are you serious? Quit staring at me like that. What? What? Can I help you? He's just like giving me like the judgment of woe. When I should be doing that, which I am. We're just like giving each other judgment. Yeah. I'm judging you more. Don't. You're trying to test your limits right now. You're fucking sneering at me. You just went like this. Dude, you are really trying to push it. You are a fucking little bastard. Do you mind? What? Zuko poking the bear? Dude, he kind of is. And literally, too. He's literally just like, What a jerk. Well, that's the way you can inquire as to why not they don't. Yeah, probably could. Probably make a little bit of a spiel about it. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if it would result in anything. Just because, I mean, I feel like, you know, that would essentially mean that the company would have to change the policy itself. Like, it couldn't just be some local store thing. Though I don't see why it couldn't be, though. You know, so... I don't know, maybe there's a possibility of, you know, something like that happening, but I don't know. I forgot I had no big cookie in there. Love no big cookies. Oh, what? You think that's for you? Is this what it's all about? He just wants a goddamn treat. This is what it's all about, isn't it? I'm gonna boot your nose. That's what you're gonna get. I still need to be legislating against that as water becomes more scarce. Oh, because you know corporations definitely care much about, you know, the scarcity of water. You little butt. Why? Stop it. Really? Really? Seriously? Hey. He's trying to climb up here. Stop looking at me like that. You like, really? Look at this little prick. Hey, what are you doing? Hey. Excuse me. Yeah, sit back down. Like, good lord. It's called a bubble. In fact, you know what? As a way to adjust. Doing this. Slow shift. A slight gentle shift in. That was not gentle. But it was a shift. There we go. Scoot ourselves away from him, and that will kind of hopefully, I mean, not that far away, but hey, at least it's a distance that hopefully will incentivize you to quit touching my shit. Was Brennan's president? Well, yeah, with Lula. I mean, honestly, what I love about his response to the whole thing was basically just saying that there were a bunch of, like, fascist fanatic vandals, and their shit was barbaric, and, like, the cops that were kind of being somewhat complicit with them, you know, and hanging out and shit, can basically be made an example of. Like, he was just, like, boy was going off, dude. It's like, fuck yes. And there's already been, like, I think, like, 400 plus something arrests already as it is. And they're already, you know, immediately trying to find, you know, the rest of them at this point. Which is, frankly, you know, a lot more than, you know, what the Dems have done with it. Because there's just this weird little, like, political theater about, like, yes, we'll have this whole inquiry and stuff. And, you know, there might be some indictments and stuff, maybe. But, you know, it's like, we might do something about that, we might not, but at least, you know, with Lula and Brazil, it's like, no, we're cracking this shit down, and we're nipping this in the bud. And it's just like, can we have a firebrand like that, please? That's actually, you know, also, you know, doing that, you know, doing the action, you know, instead of just saying it. They cheered when when, like, the military showed up, like, they all cheered thinking that they were going to join in the coup, because a lot of them were camping near some military bases, too, leading up to it, trying to convince them to join in on the cause. And when they showed up, initially, they all thought that they were actually going to be on their side, but once they started lining up, you know, on the other side against them, they're like, Honestly, it was comical as fuck. It was so stupid. I feel like it was actually kind of a gift to the left internationally and to, you know, to Brazil too, because it's like, they did it on a day where, like, like the actual, like, government officials weren't even there. It was on a fucking Sunday, and, like, there was, like, no one there outside of, like, just bare minimum of, like, maybe a couple staffers here and there or something. Like, beyond that, it's like they were just empty. To the Trumpers did on January 6th. Well, yeah, I mean, well, just like, you know, how a lot of the Trumpers didn't really have much hope, and which is why they attempted to do the insurrection. Because they didn't really have a hope of, you know, having a legal out, you know, to potentially, you know, have their leaders, so. Who was also in Florida wandering around a goddamn grocery store. Yeah. Now what are you doing? Yeah, it's not my problem. Whatever. Well, that might be my problem. Yo, dog, one of your ears are flipped over. Do you care, dog? I want to flip his other ear over now. Hold on. Isn't that what people call him? At least for short? Because his full name is like a legit, like ridiculously long. I know it's like something Lula da Silva. I know like the last chunk of it. I know like Lula onward, like Lula da Silva. I know that's like the last part of his name. But like beyond that, I honestly don't know what his full name is. Apparently not buying his classified document scan all similar terms. Makes me know what kind of dirt that'd be saving from the Iraq War. Oh, probably a shitload. And wow, there's not such a fat, crazy-ass hoopla about, like, a classified document scandal, you know, because it's an administration and a president. People apparently, you know, are all very nice and just like, yo! Things are great now! And it's just like, oh my god. Andres Manuel was Obrador. That's Alamo. That's somebody else. That was like in Mexico. He's like the Mexican president right now. And apparently Biden's own attorney started the Justice Department to the issue. Alerted the Justice Department? Wait, Biden's own attorneys? Oh my god. Wow. Alamo is definitely more shitty than Lula. Yeah, Alamo, like, he, you know, like, ran as being like a Lula, and then he just, like, just shat all the bed on that one. And yeah, I mean, Bolsonaro's in Florida, yeah. It's not apparently, like, he literally is. Like, last thing I saw of him was him literally wandering around a grocery store in Florida. Just randomly, like, I'm just there. I don't know why, but he was there. Admiring Florida, I guess? I don't know. Nah, you should be extradited. Like, honestly, I'm pretty comfortable with the idea of fucking Bolsonaro being extradited and put in a Brazilian prison. I'm sure you would probably already have a few friends there as it is, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Jail Powell's two-faced like Warren. Hell, she's even worse Warren because she hasn't even accomplished it. Yeah. At least Warren at least has like some sort of a track record. John Paul barely has anything. I mean, she's essentially like a literal do-nothing. That also apparently like will trust the established corporate dem fucks, you know, thinking that they're gonna work with them on shit. It's like... Let's pick it. Am I Google? I mean, I don't fucking know what Pago. I don't know shit. I don't know shit about that. I ain't a Google. Pago sounds like some sort of commercial payment transfer app that Jeff Bezos would try. I mean, frankly, my first thinking about what the hell that is just sounds like, you know, something like that, like a PayPal or something. New business venture, Ignari.com, the new super Google with furry enhanced search results. But then I have to, like, deal with, like, governments and, like, talk with them about shit. Like, that's, nah. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that nonsense. Boo. Ew. What are you doing? God, what a goofball. It's only if it got a certain number of users. Well, talking like furry enhanced software, I mean, you know, like, chances are enough furries will probably, you know, get that certain number of viewers, you know, and have to make me deal with that shit. Can I help you? Now you're back. Small sites are unregulated, assuming they aren't doing anything illegal. Man, guess that makes sense, considering they're weird-ass, obscure websites that exist. So, true. I guess that makes sense. This dog's a goofball. IsisArmsales.com. Is that a, like, would it be funny if that's like an actual website, and it's like, I hope, in a way I kind of hope it is, just so it's like some troll site, you know, just a site where it's like, oh yeah, this totally, like, you know, just kind of like going in with it, but not obviously it, you know, just like, I kind of want it to be partial real, just as kind of, you know, for some trolls and lols. Hey. Hey, shut up. Shut up. Shut the hell up. No one asked. Hey. Hey, you little bastard. Boy. Yeah, you. Hey. Oh my god. Got this dog, dude. Look at him. He's so ridiculous. Oi. His little ears. Those goofy little ears, dude. Oh. Oh. What a goof. Looks like a little Delta Wings or something. It's just like just staring directly back on his head. It's such a goof. Who's replacing her? McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy, I guess. I guess after finally like 8,000 different like attempts to try to get him, you know, to be, you know, get a vote pass for it, because when the Republicans got the majority, they basically like bickered because like 20 or so, I guess, you know, like held out. I don't know all the fucking details because I honestly tuned out to it. Like, I basically, like, paid attention to, like, the last little seconds of it, you know, of that whole stupid-ass debacle, because I really didn't give a fuck. Because there was a little drama and shit, you know, some hands were placed on some people and, you know, and everything for a little bit. It didn't get super intense, but there was, like, you know, some spiciness, you know, for, like, the last vote or whatever the fuck, whatever they were doing. So it was definitely, you know, a interesting little bit there, but beyond that, I really didn't give a fuck. I'm only saying interesting just because I'm there for the chaos. I really don't give a fuck about, like, who's, like, who or whatever. He's Republican. Well, I mean, there's no Democratic majority, so he's Republican. Like, there's not going to be a Democratic speaker. Let's deal with Fairline Pretzels. The house is a clown show right now, and they aren't going to do shit. Yeah. I mean, that's essentially, like, the summary, so I don't really give a fuck. At the congressional level. I mean, I kind of pretty much have to, for the most part, but, I mean, I still will tune into it occasionally here and there. Mainly if there's at least, you know, something of, like, slight interest, possibly, but even then, it would probably just be more so as just fodder, more so than a genuine interest, because it's a show, for the most part. Yeah, follows background noise. Like, local and state type of shit's, you know, where most of the focus tends to be at this point. Or labor politics. Your little butt. You know that? What? Goofy ass dog. It's all goofy. Man, he's such a dork because he will just stare at me sometimes like this. So the only reason why I look at him every now and then is because he's just staring at me, and I can see it in the background. It's like, what? Why? What? I mean, it's not even like he's really wanting anything. He's just staring at me. It's like, what the hell, bro? It's like, what the hell, dog? It's like, what do you want with me? It's like, what do you want me, you crazy ass pooch? I mean, now at this point, he's gone on to start grooming himself. So, doing some cleaning now. So his eyes are not on me. Yay. Herman Gorin, he was a big boy. Dopest Mercedes-Benz roadster money could buy back then. I mean, he was basically just like some fat, like, I mean, he was basically like a World War I vet that kind of just like put himself up to the top just on the virtue of that. And pretty much, yeah, just got in a position of being in a comfy spot and really didn't really do much besides just have like a crazy dope ass looking Mercedes-Benz for a whip. And had a collection of World War I airplanes. Like a shitload of them. Like, you know how, what's his name? Fucking, what's his fucking name? The guy that, like, has, like, the biggest goddamn, oh my god, his name almost came up in my head. It's like he used to do a night show. Fucking, no, what, fucking blanking on his name. But, like, he has, like, this, like, Jay Leno. Yeah, Jay Leno. I know it's, like, Jay something, but, yeah. Like, with, yeah, he has, like, yeah, Jay Leno of airplanes. Like, because he has, like, because he had, like, a literal, like, shitload of, like, random-ass World War I planes. And he had his own, I think his plane when he served in War II, and also just random collections that, you know, were kind of left over, basically, that, you know, no one bothered to, like, bring back or some shit, you know. So yeah, and he also bought a bunch of them too. So and he collected, and I think he collected a lot of them basically just because they were captured, during the wartime and stuff as well. I mean, I also don't really know too much about, like, what else he did besides, like, yeah, I was basically the head of the Luftwaffe. I was a fat bastard because I ate a lot, and I had a collection of airplanes, like Jay Leno has cars, and, yeah. I mean, and I have a, dope-ass looking, like, blue Mercedes-Benz, fucking luxury car. So, it's, like, that's honestly all I really know about him. That, and he was a World War I vet, obviously, in the German air services at that time. So I mean, beyond that, I really don't know much about him. I know the Kaiserreich alternative history version of him, which is actually in a way a lot worse than his reality, I feel like, because he was yeah, Rudolf Hess, yeah, he was certainly an interesting character too. I mean, I feel like like, at least when it comes to just, like, as a person, probably worse, but, Rudolf Hess definitely also, had a lot of weird quirks about him. Like, he literally, like, stole a plane to fly to England and and try to, like, orchestrate a surrender, and it's like, or, like, at least, like, some armistice or something. It's like, what do you do? What? It's like, what are you doing? Even the British were like, what the fuck are you doing? It's like, like, at first they were like, who the hell are you? And, it's like, well, you seemed like you're lost. And then once they realized who he was, they're just like, what? They were very confused. Let's try to make peace with UK, unlike Goring. Well, I guess there's a tiny little bit about Goring that might actually, like, be a downgrade. Though then again, I don't think Goring gave a shit because he was too busy eating things. Goring was like also the Chris Christie, of politics. I feel like, I just like to sit here and eat a bunch of stuff. It's a conspiracy that the British turned down a peace offer when that happened at Fort. It kept secret because it didn't end up prolonging a war. They didn't want to make Churchill look bad. Well, wasn't that also after he made his whole big fiery speech too about, like, we'll fight him on the beaches and on the hills and streets and all that stuff. Because at that point, yeah, you pretty much have kind of, like, made your bed and now you gotta sleep in it at that rate. Someone just put Elon. Someone just out Elon Musk. Do not pay offers lawyers $1 million to let its AI argue before the Supreme Court in their place. What? I don't even think that is that even, like, legal or a possible thing? Probably, but not. Probably not, but some rich person, so they hella don't care. I guess so. Man, I'm just kind of at awe about that one. That's how many lives his plan worked millions. Well, on the contrary, I mean, it's like, there could be the possibility, could have been the other way around too. Because, I mean, if that would have been the case, I mean, especially knowing Hitler, that would not have lasted. And he just would have used that time to bide the time to just, you know, actually make more of an organized logistical plan and then just do a surprise attack anyway at a certain point. I mean, that's just kind of prolonging, you know, a lot of inevitabilities and shit. But at the same time, I mean, wouldn't know unless that happened. You ever seen the movie Downfall? Yeah, a few times. It's been a while since I've seen it. Oi. Hey. You're eating your own food. Go away. Ow. Ooh. Somehow smacked my knuckle on this tooth. What the fuck? Ow. Bug off. Hey. Sit. Same for you. I'll let submit a notion to the court and name me, Edward T. Cruz, as Zodiac Killer. Can't much about him. Case dismissed. Ultimately, I do think it's bad, but I'm saying well, I mean, just like guess, sure. I'm kind of still, you know, complicit to the whole machine amalgamation, you know, overall. At least directly. Not necessarily, like, indirectly with, like, some other average citizen or whatever the hell at the time, but considering his position of power. Well, fucking love no-bake cookies. So goddamn dank. I think after our smackdown on this, we'll look at some random shit here. Let's see here. Advantage I would never to do. That's right, too. On him, Patrick's true. Oh, about the movie, or about, I guess, generally about the actual event or whatever. I'd say yes. Either way, because the likelihood of, you know, someone like that being a little snake and weaseling the way away, someone like Argentina or some shit. It's not exactly a gamble I'm willing to make. Which I probably wouldn't. Because frankly, in a lot of ways, like, I mean, that retaliation against the Czech people and shit probably would have happened either way. Just on a more systemic level and shit versus, you know, as a make an example of, you know, type of, you know, form of it. As a form to just, you know, try to keep people more complacent. Eh. Wait, why am I grabbing this? I'm fucking leaving this in this jar. What's funny is Hydrix's brother ran a factory that made legal documents and uses presses to make fake documents. So, so you have like, so that's interesting. So you got two different Hydrixes. One's who's a fucking utter abhorrent shitbag, and one's actually at least kind of based. So he kind of did the whole Schindler thing, you know, with the Schindler's List like type of shit. You know, he kind of basically just did that, but just with press. You know, with presses to make fake documents and stuff. Based. But based, if I do say so myself, sir. And they were both sons of a famous playwright composer. I guess hence why they probably got the, you know, positions that they did, at least being, you know, on the more higher up, you know, on the chain of things. I guess one, when it comes to, you know, a factory, at least, you know, in another sense, you know, when it comes to just the more amalgamation of a, a death factory, I guess. Instead of just a paper factory, or a document factory, I guess. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to, like, eat your... what is he doing? This dog is fucking goddamn ridiculous, I tell you what. In the crypt of the church where the agents died in a shootout. Damn. Anyway, that's pretty cool. That was a fucking nice burp right there, I do say so myself. You want a little treat? Yeah, I think I'll finally cave in and give you one. Meh. Might actually do some good bank. That shows a new construction to address asthma issues. Oh yeah, the gun heard something about that. I mean, so, with shit like that, it's gonna obviously be kind of a slow rollout. But I can already imagine the fucking, you know, hoopla that's gonna be. You'll be like, what? It's like, I've always had a gas stove. I've never had any problems. What the fuck you talking about there, brother? It's like, I mean, I've never had any asthma type of stuff. My mama, she lived to be 94 years old, and it's like, I always had a gas stove going on. Sometimes they just leave it on in the winters, you know, just to make sure that it stay warm at night. Because, you know, when the power goes out, you got nothing else beside that gas stove. I mean, it's just like, fucking hell, bro. It's like, you know, you got some bitches like that. In fact, I'm pretty sure Onion Nuggets earlier today was doing that. I've actually, funny enough, I just kind of have them just sitting here. Yeah, so maybe I could peruse around and find that article that they were looking at, because I know that, I remember them making a little joke about this. Because it's honestly just kind of dumb. It's like, really? I mean, obviously, the idea itself actually is good, but just, I mean, knowing that there's just going to be people be like, what? You know, it's like, excuse me, that's about liberal bullshit, tell you what. It's like, the fact that that's gonna be a thing, it's like, oh my fucking god. I already kind of hear that a little bit locally, just because at least our town is banning natural gas, just, you know, appliances as well, so. But that's also, you know, gonna be a slow rollout type of thing, but nonetheless, still something that's eventually gonna happen. Hey, boo boo. You're looking at me like you're guilty of something now. Didn't know when this dog he very likely is. I know this little bastard. I know how this bastard operates. I mean, he's just an exceptional bastard. Grandma got once cooked her Vienna sausage cheese was covered in a gas powered toaster, and that's what she's had in her trailer since 1974. It's like Grandma Nancy. She, you know, it's like Nancy. You know, we call her, you know, Granny Nance. You know, sometimes, you know, it's just like, every now and then, brother. I tell you what. It's just like, it's just like when you got that, like, nice, delicious, like gas powered toaster going on there, brother, and you just got to cook you up some, good old toaster and shit, it's just like, hey, when you got a little trailer going on, I mean, that's all what you got going on in there, you know what I'm saying? Got to, have something to heat yourself up, whether it's, some food or just, just even yourself when it's cold as hell. Tell you what there, brother. I can let no goddamn liberal, put some fucking solar-paneled, windmill-power goddamn huckabaloo all up my shit. I tell you what, I don't understand this modern shit. It's like diabetes and asbestos combined together in a can. Wait, Cheese Whiz is all... Yeah, Cheese Whiz, yeah. Yeah, I don't like Cheese Whiz at all. Vienna sausage cheese was cobblers, dude. Well, they did have it in the 70s, so, the Cheese Whiz probably would be there. Yeah, let's see, this is, I've honestly been just slowly but surely trying to find this damn article, see if I can find it, but... don't look like I can. That's okay though. Once used to buy Cheese Whiz from Walmart and it was hella cringe. Oh, dude, he likes Cheese Whiz? Bruh. Oh, come on, my guy. Don't do that. Don't do that, Wahoots. Bruh. No. Why does he gotta do that? Man. Hopefully not anymore. That was in college. Alright, you know what? I'll give him a pass. Times in college call for desperate, times in diet, so I'll give him the pass. It was college days. However, if you ever see him again, I see some goddamn cheese with his hand. I'm retracting that. Just saying. Yeah. Didn't find an article I did want to see, but I did find one that I haven't seen yet. 7,000 nurses at 2 New York City's largest hospitals go on strike. Which, based You had a friend who ate ramen, just drowning in hot sauce. I mean, like, I like hot sauce as much as the next guy, but I also like flavor. Like, I mean, I like the spice and I want the heat, but I want like other flavor besides just like a very specific brand of hot sauce just dousing my taste buds. Like, I mean, goddamn. Guy must have been fiending, for that shit like it was like fucking crack or something. You know what? But at least, respect though. I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far. I mean, like I said, I like the heat, I like the spice, but was the flavor. It was vegetarian at the time, so he couldn't eat the powder stuff. Oh, well, you know what? That would explain it. But if he's vegetarian, at least add some veggies and some other shit in there. He could add some other stuff in there. Oh, come. It's like you couldn't have, yeah, maybe not the powder, but I mean, they could do other shit with that. I mean, you can add some stuff in there besides just sauce. I mean, just grab like an onion and there you go. He was also always broke. I mean, just one onion. Look at how much is an onion a pound? Like 9 cents or something. 89 cents or something like that. I don't know. So that was his go-to. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I ain't gonna, I ain't judging all in all. Because you know what? That does sound good, though. I mean, so, like, like, honestly, like, maybe, like, like, at least for me, I would put, like, a little bit of butter. Instead of the powder stuff, just put a lot of that in there. Maybe put a little soy. Get an egg. Get some veggies in there. Maybe some bacon bits, maybe, or something like that. Oh, goddamn. That sounds like a feast right there. And plus, it'd be cheap. I mean, the only expensive thing would probably be getting the eggs and even then, not really, and the bacon. That'd be the only thing that'd be expensive, would just be the bacon, but that's optional. Though it would enhance some of the flavor. Bacon isn't cheap. Well, you could have waited to post that, sir, because I just said that. It's like the only thing that wouldn't be cheap in that would be the bacon. Like, everything else would be. Like, if you grab, like, a single onion, and, like, that goes by the pound, like, I mean, that's only going to cost you probably, like, 40 cents at the most if you get, like, a fat one. But if you get, like, a little one, I mean, it's probably going to be more like, 30 cents maybe. Maybe, like, 25, something. So it's just like, all in all, like, I mean, at least if you want to add a little extra stuff and you got, like, a couple extra bucks to scrounge out, with, then you can do it. And if you are able to, live the high life with, like, an extra $10 or something like that, then you can add little extra things like some meat and some bacon or stuff like that. But, getting, like, a 24-pack of eggs or something like that, outside of those things would be the only expensive thing. And and a 24-pack can last you a while, so it's like, you wouldn't even necessarily just get that just for the ramen and stuff. You could get that for, well, whatever the fuck you want, really. Eggs are pretty versatile. But if you're vegetarian, then that's probably not going to be, an option, is, getting eggs. So, there would just basically just be produce. Oh, I just saw it. Ramen and potatoes. Get the ramen, get the sauce. Dice up a little potato in there, maybe, with, some extra veggies and stuff like that. That's more of, like, something you would have of, like, rice or something like that, actually. Goofy dog. Goofy little dog. Right here. Let's check out this little article here. I think a nice little lovely broad discussion of, some good old labor politics, methinks, around down to you would now.
Right.
Well, that would actually help if, this was actually turned on. Because this thing turns itself off if it's not goddamn fucking playing something after a certain period of time, and it doesn't like let you know it turned off. It just quietly does that, like an assassin, just like, and it's just silent. It's like it went off into a coma, stupor, sleep, and now it's too fucking. Fuck! Can't win. Cannot win today.
On strike.
Yep. Anyway, here we go.
7,000 nurses at 2 of New York City's largest hospitals go on strike.
Dude, I read a crazy story about these traveling nurses, right? Because there's like a nursing shortage in America. So
Sure.
one of the ways they fill those gaps up is they have traveling nurses. So what they'll do, TJ, let's say you're a traveling nurse. I offer you an insane amount of money to come and work at my hospital, like let's say in Florida. Like, okay, I'll give you $100 an hour because demand is so high for nursing. You move there, that happens. You have a contract, and then we renew it quarterly. And then quarterly, I say, now your salary sheet is going to be $30 an hour. But by the way, you've located across the country. You made this huge move, so you can take it or leave it. You don't have to take my offer.
So basically, like every quarterly, or at least the next quarterly fiscal quarter, it's just like, all right, we're gonna do a quick update of contract. Now you're making like just barely like fuck all, pretty much like the minimal of what I would assume nurses make, like the bottom of the barrel of it. It's like honestly, this is kind of like how sometimes sign-up bonuses work with some companies, where it's like, oh yeah, you'll get like a $5,000 sign-up bonus if you join us, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, that sounds nice, but guess what? You don't get that right off the bat. Like, they interweave it. It's like, oh, you have to work here a certain amount of time, to actually qualify for it, when you sign up here, to just make sure that people don't, which I can kind of get, I guess, like, so people don't just get it, once they're hired and just leave. But it's like, I mean, it's not even like a sense of like, all right, you're getting that over time, and like, like for your paycheck, you get like 200 of it, with your sign-up bonus, on top of, what your paycheck is, until, the number of what the sign-up bonus is, pretty much, down to all of it, so like that would make sense, get that like right when you start, once you start getting your paycheck and shit, because that would make sense. The companies don't usually like doing that. They usually use that as incentive and then make you stay there for a while, and then they will fight tooth and nail to basically just not give it to you.
But then essentially you're stuck. So for a long time, that was seen as a way of like to make up for these low salaries in these hospital systems. So it's basically a profession where it's like you can, if you chase stability, you're probably going to get screwed on your pay and benefits and everything else, despite the fact you work in the healthcare system yourself. Or you travel, and you might have a good contract for 3 to 6 months or whatever, and then they just change your pay up suddenly. So your life's, I mean, that's really hard to adjust. You're making a certain amount of money, you're expecting, like, I'm going to make this, and then suddenly it's like, well, you're only going to make half of that now. It's really difficult to manage something like that. Because most people's pay is at least somewhat consistent.
Yeah, I agree. It's just one of those things that, like, this is like a scary sign for our society. This is not the sign of a society that's heading in a more healthy direction.
No, not at all. Well,
Like,
our life
huge
Definitely not.
has gone down.
Shortages in the medical industry, and ever more fucking just like untenable hospital and emergency service systems. Dude,
Honestly, this is the main reason why the strike very likely happens, just due to a lot of overworking and a lot of understaffing, and their wages and or benefits are not properly being given to them. And I've been fighting tooth and nail to at least get the bare minimum of these type of things, and have not been able to achieve it because they're just being stonewalled every step of the way. And it's like, obviously, at least when it comes to like the medical industry, if you're on strike, that when it comes to the patient side of things, that's not good, obviously, but like, their conditions and, their general like health is not being taken into account, despite, this, like if the strike wasn't happening, because like the reason why they're trying to, not go on strike, but, the reason why it got to such a point is because they're trying to fight, to improve the conditions, not just for the workers there, but for also the patients. I mean, like at the end of the day, it's for their, for the patients, interest as well. This is part of the reason why they do it, because they want to, because they're nurses or doctors. Like, there's a reason why they have the job, because they want to obviously help people. Or at least ostensibly, that's what I would hope that, like, that's what they're there for. But, considering that, at least these 7,000, are on strike, then I'd say so, yeah.
In the local news about my hometown, Madera, is losing its hospital.
Really?
What? Did I just hear that right?
Service systems, dude. There was a story in the local news about my hometown, Madera, is losing its hospital.
Really?
Like, its hospital.
Madera, California is losing their fucking hospital. Madera is, like, in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, I don't even know what, like, the next town over is, but it's not, like, exactly like a hop, skip, but a jump. Like, what the fuck?
Closing in a couple of weeks, and there's no, like, the nearest hospital is over fucking 30 miles away.
So the next town over is 30 miles away. So it's like, better not have a health problem. Better be, like, healthy as a fucking, spring bee and fucking goddamn, like, in Madera, California, because their only hospital ain't gonna be, around for much longer. Like, what the fuck? That's insane. Is Madera fairly large? I mean, at this point, I think so. Yeah, Modesto's near it. I know that much. I just don't know how far away it is, from it. It's near Fresno. Oh, Fresno? Okay. I know Modesto's, like, not super... I mean, I know it's, like... I don't know exactly where totally it is. I know that it's near Fresno, and I know there's, like, one or two other towns that are near it. But I know Modesto is, like, somewhere in California. I think it's, like, somewhere in that broader central region. But I don't know if it's, like, near Madera in a sense of, like, just being, like, within a 100-mile radius or what. But either way, that's really neither here nor there. It's like the virtue of, like, goddamn fucking Madera, California, like, ain't gonna have no fucking hospital. Yeah, I mean, it is. Like, I mean, it's just nothing more than just further fucking indictment of our goddamn healthcare system. Rent is going to be 1.5K in 2024. My property manager tells me about increases a year in advance, which is nice. Well, that's at least good. You have a landlord, or I guess a fucking, property manager, that's at the very least, is, letting you know about these things. Most of those type of people don't. Sounds like at least you have someone, an exception to the rule when it comes to my disdain for people like that.
Well, it's happened to a lot of more rural hospitals.
Oh, hey, man, I mean, fine, short it up there, laddie, oh.
On that, because they get bought up by these giant corporations, and they go, oh, the Madera hospital's not profitable. They can go to Fresno.
Yeah, there's like 80,000 people that are served by that hospital. You know what I mean? And it's just like, poof, no more hospital. And the hospitals that are supposed...
80,000 people is not a tiny town. And also... hey! Lay down. What the fuck is up with you? But, like I'm saying, though, like, 80,000 people is not exactly a tiny town. Like, and, but also at the same time that, it's probably taken into account maybe, like, a few thousand here and there that are, like, outside of, Madera as well. That might be in, like, a little tiny, like, town that's basically got, like, 100 people or some shit. That's basically just, like, a tiny-ass little, like, farming community, basically. It's like, yeah, you might get, like, some of those people that are going there, but, like, that, I mean, like, I mean, considering that, let's just say that, like, 78,000 something people, are in Madera. It's like, that's, like, they have to go to Fresno now, which, I don't know how big Fresno is in comparison, but, like, that hospital already has to deal with that, with that, already going on with, Fresno and the people that they have to service there, and now they have to service a whole other fucking town, and a whole, like, different community now at this point, or at least in some chunk of it. Maybe others are going to be like, oh, we'll just go to this town over here instead because, It's $300K, I think. Yeah. So they're probably going to go to the closest hospital that, happens to be, between, them, from Madera to Fresno and shit. And, go there, which is going to make that hospital be even far more fucking overworked as shit. And also, when it comes to, like, let's say you need to have an emergency where an ambulance is going to show up, I mean, you're going to be waiting a long fucking time. So you can't exactly preemptively be like, I know I'm going to have a heart attack in about 30 minutes. I should probably call the ambulance and make sure that they are here within, like, the time I'm about to have my heart attack. So you can't exactly plan that,
Make that overflow or completely fucking overrun. So it's just like, hope I don't need to go to the hospital anytime fucking soon, because I'm probably not going to get much help there.
Unlikely.
So nurses at two of New York City's largest hospitals walked off the job Monday in a dispute over pay and staffing levels after a weekend of negotiations failed to produce deals for new contracts, with talks falling apart overnight, CBS New York reported. The walkouts began at 6 a.m. and involved as many as 3,600 nurses at Mount Sinai in Manhattan and another 3,500 at Montefiore Medical Center in the Bronx. So basically, their negotiations have failed. Now the nurses are on strike, which, obviously sucks if you're facing a medical crisis at this time in those areas.
Yeah.
The New York State Nurses Association, which represents the workers, said it was being forced into the drastic step because of...
But it sucks also having a hospital that has shitty conditions and doesn't have proper staffing because... the company that shouldn't exist in the first place, it's not properly making sure that these hospitals are to standard. So, I mean,
Understaffing that leaves nurses caring for too many patients. Nurses don't want to strike. Bosses have pushed us to strike by refusing to seriously consider our proposals to address the desperate crisis of unsafe staffing that harms our patients, the union said in a statement late Sunday.
They've changed the numbers of nurses on these shifts, so it's like they're overworking the people that are staying in the profession. Because, obviously COVID, a lot of medical professionals were just burned out. It's just like a pandemic does that. You're working nonstop. Even people who are not necessarily, like physicians who treat in other specialties, are having to come and treat COVID patients. So you essentially have, like, this massive burnout. People are having to wear, like, uncomfortable clothing for 12 hours a day. No matter how much money you're making, at the point you're going to go, it's just not worth my mental health. I just feel like...
Why are you sorry about that, bro? It's all cool.
Exposing myself to a deadly disease every day. And
I think it's just fine, honestly. I was actually talking about it at the start of the stream. It's like, I might, potentially actually go to Alabama, maybe. Rip City was like, oh, what? Why? I ain't gonna stop you, I guess, but I would never be there. And I'm just like, what, you want to help out a friend if he was in one of the states? Like, yeah, send them money. I'm like, well, I guess it's helping them. So, hey, so, like, hey, it's something, but that's all fine. Considering, if that is actually going to be an idea that is going to be seriously considered, I probably obviously should, have a conversation first at some point preemptively. So, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
The fact that you have these giant corporations that do not give a shit. They will work these people to death. Like, literally, Taylor knows someone that works in the healthcare industry, and literally it's like, they say, oh, I hope you don't have surgery on Tuesday, because on Tuesday we have to have all these meetings, these corporate-run meetings, and we still have to do the same number of surgeries. It's totally a business. The model we have is a parasitic model, which we have middlemen, and these giant companies that own most of the hospitals, basically most of these medical professionals have to work for them. And you essentially have a relationship of, like, the care you need has to go through a bunch of bloodsuckers unless you're rich.
Well, I actually kind of like that sign that just popped there.
Essentially have
Once heroes, now zeros. Hashtag pandemic NYSNA. Yeah.
But, like, the care you need has to go through a bunch of bloodsuckers unless you're rich. And if those bloodsuckers don't get their take, they ain't going to give it to you. And if they think it's too expensive or it's not the right treatment or you haven't tried the steps they want, they deny you treatment. And even in that system, we don't have enough. Even when we basically have rationing, essentially by virtue of the fact you can't pay. If you can't pay, you don't get the procedure. And if the insurance company doesn't agree to the procedure, unless you can pay yourself, you get nothing. And even under that still, there's a shortage.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fucking outrageous.
I only did it because I need at least a rail to get you here if you came. Well, yeah, and I know that too, hence why I'm fine with it. Again, don't worry about it, dude.
Well, the system doesn't work. It only works to enrich.
It would have to happen one way or another, and obviously it'd have to be planned. Probably, like if it would be something that would happen, I'd probably at least imagine it'd be like, probably during the summertime. I would assume maybe like late spring. I'm guessing, so there'd at least be time to plan about it. Hell, I even told one of my coworkers about it. I was just like, hey, because I was actually running late for coming back on one of my breaks, and I was chatting with you about it actually. Because it's kind of like on a little business chat with potentially maybe getting a trip to Alabama, to help my friend move out, the state. So, I mean, even at least one of my coworkers is at least tangentially aware about it.
It doesn't work. We need a nationalized health system. We need to fucking 20 goddamn years ago. Because this system is crumbling. And that doesn't mean every nationalized system doesn't have its problems, too. Like, I know the NHS has funding issues in the UK. I've heard of Canada's system, obviously. There's tons of immigration in Canada. They're bringing 10 more people.
What type of fucking, format was that? Hold up.
Canada's system.
Whoa. That's whack.
There's tons of immigration in Canada. They're bringing 10 more people into the country. Those systems are framed. Because when you have such demand for healthcare, which the demand is massive, like even the best systems, they're trying to treat these problems or deal with these problems are having a lot of difficulties. Our system is completely fractured and broken.
Yeah, it's because
and honestly, a lot of that is probably just because there are some of these offers and stuff that are given. Probably some people who happen to be like associates or nurses, that might be international who will do work abroad as well, will probably take some of these offers and then get fucked, just as much as anyone else does. And, because of that, they end up getting kind of screwed and kind of left out to the curb with that because, well, I mean, they probably are, at least financially probably fare better, than most. And if they're, internationally, traveling around and able to, have a line of work like that. But, I mean, it's just like, obviously most people ain't even having that fucking out. Because obviously, with, depending on, I guess, the status overall of, where you are in that, in the medical industry and stuff. I mean, yeah, at least especially when it comes to doctors, they tend to have at least better financial stability and stuff. But I mean, it's it don't really mean much if your mental stability is pretty much been broken down and fucking burnt out. Because burnout's a real fucking thing. And at the same time, a lot of these fucking people, feel like they can't exactly leave anyway because, it's not necessarily near retirement yet. They can't really, get their pension because of shit like that. So they have to stick around for the long haul. Or if, they can't necessarily, just go to another job because they know it'll just be the same thing. And they're just kind of left to be like, where do I go? I can't just suddenly do this and just, bump down to retail all of a sudden and, have the fat downgrade and shit because... it wouldn't not be able to sustain me, so it's it leaves, in a lot of ways, people just kind of stuck, and that's, eventually where a lot of the burnout comes in. Frankly, I don't even want to know what the fucking rates of, suicidality and depression are when it comes to doctors and nurses, dude, at least as it stands now. Fuck, I'm sure it's bad.
Like so many things, I mean, you can have...
Yeah, I honestly, I feel like a lot of people in this country have been on a survival mode on one way or another. But yeah, because I kind of feel you. Maybe for different reasons, but I feel you with that.
Innovation in an industry driven by profit motive, if the service is not a vital social service. But when it becomes a vital social service...
or something.
Right, but when it becomes a vital social service... and people literally need it, then the profit incentive just destroys everything. And this is just what we're seeing here. Because instead of a rational society is not going to be who needs nurses? I
mean, no shit.
That's basically the take of corporate America.
Nah, Thag no nurse. Too much money complexity. Me no understand. Me no Honestly, you know what's fucked up? There is like a weird fraction of the population that is like that. So, you know, honestly, there's probably some people inside that are like, nurses, I've God on my side.
Well, you know, we can't afford to lose money.
I have my healing crystals.
A money-making business here. It's like, why? Why should this be a money-making business? Why should profit and that incentive even enter this equation? This should be about sick people and their doctors, not HMOs and insurance companies.
What about food?
All this other nonsense.
What about food?
Food
Same
is
there.
obviously also essential. Water is essential. Things like that of that
Housing's
nature
essential.
are obviously essential to human life.
Power
So,
is essential.
I mean, I'm against
what about leisure time and recouping and shit? Like a place like, you know, like going out and to dinner.
Well, yeah, I mean, the point you're
People need
driving
that.
at, the point you're driving at, I agree with, which is basically that nothing should really be under this system. But what I'm
Right.
saying is there are
Yeah.
certain things that are way more vital than others, and medical treatment is like probably tippy top of that list.
You're
which is why
already subsidizing this system. The taxpayers
Yeah.
of this country are
More-
already
we're
on the line.
and we're paying more. We're paying.
Yep. Like, honestly, like, the whole, like, GDP slash, like, fucking, like, investment and tax, taxing that we pay into, this type of system and shit, just for us to get, scrounged off more by insurance companies and fucking hospitals and all this other shit because of all the hyper-capitalistic profit motive that is built around it. I mean, it's basically just purposely built, to keep us, and keep the working class sick, or at least, just barely fucking, like, functional and shit, just healthy enough, essentially, so they have to, at least on some way or another, have to buy into their shit, and buy into their, whole middleman fucking extortion fucking racket that is our healthcare system in this fucking country, because it's just what it is. It's a fucking pharmaceutical mafioso extortion racket. It's like, you wonder why, the whole, like, criminal cartel is, exists, at least when it comes to, like, getting drugs and stuff like that. It's because, the pharmaceutical industry is their own goddamn fucking mafia that's all been legalized and, bought into, via the state as well. And they're able to get away with, establishing who's the good guys and who ain't.
More to have this for-profit system than we would if we just instituted universal health care.
We're the good drug dealers. Those weird little raggy-taggy, gangsters down there on the street. Nah, they're the bad guys. We gotta lock them up because they're a bunch of fucking crackheads.
We're subsidizing these companies. Like you'll have medical.
Bunch of gangbangers.
System, like do research on drugs.
We're the
And
good
Big
guys.
Pharma will come along and say,
Suits and
"Thank you
ties."
for that," and then sell the drug back to the taxpayers who basically funded the development of the drug. It's
my
like
mic
vaccines.
Is my mic seem a little hot to you? I'll turn it down a little bit if you guys agree with that.
I mean, I didn't hear any problems with it, but
I mean,
Okay.
it could have, but I didn't really hear it.
Well, I'll just turn it down a smidgen, hopefully.
it seems fine to me, but whatever.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, this is like ridiculous shit, though. I mean,
Gotta love it.
Well, here's this. I don't know why this person's making it. I don't want to describe their motive, but here it is. America's vast. Shouldn't everyone have a vehicle? How about public transportation?
Yeah. It's like, or rail, like, or nationalize the rail industry and expand that on top of, expanding, just broader public transit in general. Like, expand, the, bus industry even. Like, when it comes to the whole, like, Greyhound bus thing, yeah, nationalize that too. Yeah, make that, like, a whole big thing. It's like, yeah, like, make, like, legit, like, buses that are, or, that could be, that are converted for long-term travel, like, Greyhound buses and shit. And have, like, actual, like, dedicated routes, to, like, different towns or, different little cities and shit. Like, that'd actually be pretty cool. Like, if, like, little small towns had, like, a route, at least, like, where every hour or some shit, like, there's a bus that goes from there to, like, the nearest, like, local town or city or something. That would actually be kind of dope. Because it'll add at least, a basic means of, transit, for people, even if they don't necessarily have a vehicle for whatever reason, whether they can't afford it or they might have a DUI or, and they can't drive or whatever the fuck, it's just like, for whatever reason, if someone is unable to drive, at least there's something there. You have to get, at least get you from where you need to go, at least as close to where you need to, or close as you can for that type of thing. because then you can have, you know, that like a big ass like transit center that it can go to and have a lot of different major routes, you know, for like other, you know, local, you know, city slash town busing, you know, for different little routes, you know, in the town, or like light rail, you know, all this shit. Hell, make it next to like a fucking airport if the town has a regional airport, for fuck's sake, for all I give a shit. Actually, that'd even be more logistically convenient. Or if not, then at least have like a bus route work or something that can go to it. You know, so there you go. We have Ignardi carry people on his back for $1.50 a mile. Seriously, I bet Ignardi carry 50 passengers per load. Fuck you. No, I couldn't. You fucking crazy bastard.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the answer to that question. It's not everyone should have a personal, like, conveyance of, like, I should have a limousine. They should have an alternative, having public transportation that is effective and works for the average person. That's the answer.
And for longer distances and shit, there should be a government, like another industry where the profit motive has utterly killed and stripped the industry of almost all values, like the air travel industry.
Yep.
Like, it's another good example of an industry that should be under completely, in my opinion, federally subsidized. And, you know, a basic standard of safety and comfort should be provided for people who use it. And
well, 100%. And also, we need to go back to the standard of comfort from back in, like, the 50s and 60s, dude. I'm not even kidding. Go look at videos of, like, you know, the introduction of, like, the new airline that they would release back then. You know, like, it's like, here's a new Boeing Stratocruiser or whatever the fuck they would release or whatever the hell. And it's like, and look at the interior of, like, you know, of just even, like, you know, coach, you know, and shit. Like, there was at least, like, a standard of comfort that was actually, like, even in coach and shit, like, the seats were, like, fluffy, big, like, you know, and you actually had, like, space, like, it was almost like a leatherized lounge chair almost. Like, I mean, you had, like, space where it's like your own little spot, you know, where, you know, like, you can at least not be crammed in there like a goddamn sardine and shit. It's like, and honestly, even if, like, you have to sacrifice, you know, passenger capacity, you know, to have a balance, you know, for at least some comfortability, then fuck it. Like, I mean, that, you know, because there's plenty of aircraft concurrently where you could essentially, you know, like, you know, where you can have, like, you know, even for basic coach or, like, business class or some shit, where you can have, like, you know, a little table or something like that, where, you know, you can, you know, have, like, a spot where it's, like, you know, where it's like a desk like I'm sitting at almost, right? You know, it's like, you know, because that was a thing. Like, you know, that was in airlines and shit. Obviously, you know, the more, like, you know, business class and first class, you know, seating and stuff, you know, once you get into that arrangement, the more luxury it gets. But that, I mean, even for then, I think that's okay. But there at least needs to be, like, a standard of comfortability across the board, you know, and, you know, if, like I said, if that means you sacrifice some passenger, you know, load capacity, then so be it. Like, I mean, there should be a standard of comfortability, you know, so, like, when it comes to airlines. And, you know, just in flying in general. I mean, because I would say, at least, like, when it comes to safety, it's 90%, you know, like, alright. Like, there's the 10% where, like, the 737 MAX, you know, scandal, you know, will happen. And, you know, that's, you know, a problem. And then, like, the off chance of, like, you know, maintenance failure or, like, you know, improper maintenance and stuff like that, mechanical failure shit. Like, shit like that happens, but this usually, you know, and that's where the 90% comes into play, where there's fail safes and things like that, or at least, you know, systems in aircraft too, where it will consider things like that. And, you know, there will be, like, you know, a contingency that the aircraft will be able to, you know, still at least fly and land, you know, even if it loses, like, you know, like, engine power or something like that. Because actually most airliners, you know, all of them have two engines, one on either wing. Even though it has that, it could fly with only one of them. Like, I mean, that's, like, you know, like, how much, like, fail safes there are, basically. Like, they have to at least be able to fly with one engine. They don't have to, like, you know, be gaining altitude, but at least, you know, maintain, you know, the flight, or at least descend enough to where they can land safely and shit. But nonetheless, They at least need to have that much power, just in case one of them goes out. And sometimes that shit happens. I mean, hell, there's that one time, like, what, was it like a Delta airline or some shit, like a year or two ago? I think it was 2 years ago. I think it was in 2020 or 2019. It was like, I think 2 or 3 years ago. But there's like an airline where like the engine literally blew up. Like, it literally just like exploded. And it, like, after takeoff and shit, and a bunch of, like, debris fell and nearly hit someone's house and shit. It was just like, what the fuck? But either way, the point being, though, despite that, even with damage to the plane, obviously, because an engine exploded, like, it still had the other engine, still functioning fine. So despite, that, it was still able to at least get to a quick little maintenance of the altitude, and then, land, safely eventually to the nearest airport, which I think was the one it took off from. That wasn't the issue with the 730. No, that was not the issue with the 737 MAX. What the issue with that was basically was those fail safes and that I'm talking about, like the computer systems and stuff that will like consider, like potential errors and, human error shit and stuff like that. Like, they basically had that as a separate thing that you would have to buy, if you're an airline like company, basically. So, basically as a way to kind of like skirt around the edges and shit when it comes to like skirting around the edges with regulations, or at least when it comes to manufacturing. Like, they, more mainstream type of airlines, they probably will let them know, it's like, hey, you got to make sure that this is, purchased with it and blah, blah, blah. But for international or for, smaller airlines, they probably couldn't give a fuck. And they probably did skirt on the edge, and hence why those crashes happened, because at least from what I remember, basically, like, the readings and what the computers were giving off, for what they thought was, like, proper out to all this other shit wasn't, and it locked up, and thus, basically, it forced the plane to nosedive, and the pilots couldn't gain control of it, and it crashed. And I'm pretty sure it was basically the same exact thing that happened with the first incident, too. I think both incidents were essentially the same thing. Which is why they had to ground them, and I think at this point they have now with making them put it in there from the get-go now at this point because of the scandal and shit. But, so now the 737 MAX aircrafts are now at this point, okay. But they grounded all of them, so they had to retrofit every single one of them, at least that were already made, and had to, obviously install it from the get-go, just to make sure that it had the proper, computer systems in there. And it was just a way to skirt, skirt around the edges and basically just kind of maximize profit and shit. Because basically they were selling the planes, regardless, with or without those, systems in there at the same price. So basically they would just add an extra little cut, to other airlines to be like, hey, you have to buy that, and put it in the plane, in order to, to actually have it there, even though it's literally vital for the aircraft to fucking function. It's honestly why, like, even though there were a lot of airlines that already had the 737 MAX aircraft, it's why a lot of them didn't crash. It's because they probably, were given those, things in place from the get-go, or they were aware that it was like, oh shit, like, there's a package where this actually might make it safer to fly these things. We should probably make sure we get this. But either way, Boeing grifted everybody with it. And the government too, because I think they, also had to basically just fundamentally, no one got jailed or anything like that. I think it was just fines. And even then, they're nice and, doozy with us as the U.S. government, so it's not like they're actually going to get a real punishment. Since I'm planning on leaving Bama by car, should I throw it in my cannabis grinder or keep it? You might as well keep it. Because you could just keep it stored, in the trunk or something like that. Oh.
fucking completely gone now. Airports are giant nightmares of fucking inefficiency, and they're lobbying to have only one pilot on planes now to deal with the plane shortage.
What? No. That's insane. There always needs to be a pilot and a co-pilot. Or frankly, even a backup pilot. That's just chilling out, just hanging it. You know, it's basically like, hey, if one of them needs to take a break, then they can fill in. So it's just like that, frankly, that really should be the standard. Like, these companies are straight trying to lobby, like, let's just have one pilot on these planes. It's like, what? Like, what about long flights where, you know, maybe the pilot might want to, you know, go to sleep or take a nap if you can automate the plane? Well, the thing is, funny enough, most of the flight is automated. Like, the pilot's there to make sure that things stay running functionally, running properly, and make sure that the plane's still, at least all in all, on course. Like, I mean, there still has to be a person there. I mean, like, either way. I mean, there's autopilot. I mean, like, you know, that can, you know, navigate, you know, the main course and stuff, but the pilot still needs to be there to make sure things are fine. Because let's say some high turbulence hits because there's, like, a storm or some shit. Like, I mean, and with that, a pilot needs to be there to have, you know, proper control of the aircraft, because the computer, you know, even if it does account for things like fucking, you know, like turbulence and storms and stuff, I mean, it's still going to go out of whack and might, you know, have an error where the pilot needs to take control. Doesn't make sense at all. I mean, I doubt the FFA is going to allow it, but it's not like, you know, they're going to still try to lobby it. I don't think one person could do the job of the pilot first officer at the same time. Well, technically you could, but yeah, it would be retardedly insane. Like, because essentially, like, you have the captain, who's obviously the main pilot, and you know, and with that, their primary, you know, thing is operating, you know, a lot of, you know, the aircraft, you know, when it comes to, you know, going from point A to B, you know, from leaving the you know, from taxiing, you know, like you know, the heart of the plane, basically. First officer, their primary thing is to do a lot of checks, you know, and also do a lot of the communicational thing. This is kind of the usual. Like, sometimes it's flipped around. Sometimes, like, the captain will be the one who's doing all the checklist stuff and make sure things are all good, while the first officers, you know, make sure that the aircraft's, and, you know, depending on, like, you know, the pilot and co-pilot and how they, you know, want to do things for the flight that day. I mean, it will change a little, but on a general level, though, like, the first officer will usually be the, you know, radio communicator, being like, all right, you know, this flight, blah, 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 you know, taxiing off to runway 36L or whatever, you know, like, whatever the hell. You know, so, you know, it's like, that, like, you need two people for the job, because you need a lot of brain power, seriously, like, to do all that. And they have manuals and checklists, you know, all there, like, in even the most experienced pilots will still literally have their checklist right in their fucking face, going it bit by bit, and make sure shit's all good, you know, as they're, you know, getting ready for their flight, you know, as they're taxiing off and, you know, for takeoff and shit. Because, you know, even if you think that, oh, I know this shit, you know, to the T, you know, I can do this blindfolded, it's like, even if you think that, you know, you're probably going to fuck up somewhere, so you always want to just, you know, it's basically just, like, ingrained into you, basically. Also assume per flight. Well, yeah, you know, that basically, I could see. Well, not just liberal ignore. I mean, leftist ignore. Getting some serious culture shock, dude. I mean, I've been in fucking goddamn like rural ass Texas, bro. I've seen how some of the peasants of this country live. Sadly, I mean, hey, I'm one of them. I'm just, you know, one. I guess, you know, just a peasant in a different regional area of the country. So desk conditions are a little different, you know, in our peasantry. Peasantry down there, my condolences. Damn near feudalism in some places. Well, so like I said, I've been to Texas before, and it ain't really much different over there. Actually, I have a feeling that I probably would say that. It's like, you know, I was out in Texas, you know, not that long ago, and, you know, frankly, it doesn't even really feel that much different, you know, over here than over there. I mean, I have a weird feeling it might be that. I mean, obviously, it's going to be different, but, I mean, because Alabama's, you know, got its own distinctions and shit. But, I mean, well, yeah, I'm sure I'm going to have... Going down to the South every fucking time is always going to be a culture shock, dude. And frankly, like, I will say this, you know, if it is a serious thing that does end up happening, let that be the one and only ever fucking time I visit that state of Alabama. Let that be the one and only time. So, if it does happen, you know, in between helping you out, like, let's maximize, you know, the opportunities to go check out some cool stuff. Because I know you said there's, like, some cool shit at, like, Huntsville and stuff like that, so, I mean, yeah, at the very least, you know, we can at least, you know, maximize, you know, some fun and some at least good stuff. The very little there is, you know, that's in that state, so, you know, something. Shipped it. Here,
Pilot.
come back over there.
Think about the implications of that. Why do you think there are two pilots on these planes, folks? What happens if one has a fucking...
Wait. American cities not built for public transportation? I mean, have you seen?
Well, Portland is. But the thing is, honestly, like, a lot of these cities could... Like, honestly, a lot of these type of cities will not necessarily fucking... You know, it's not like it's impossible to do that. Would you want to go to unclaimed baggage? It's a store that sells unclaimed baggage from flights and buses. You can sometimes get really good stuff for cheap. I mean, I'm going, because, like, depending on what you get, like, who knows, dude? Like, that'd be some weird, there might be some, like, is this, like, an online thing, or is this, like, an actual, like, you know, like, an actual, like, store? If it's an online thing, then okay, I'll be like, alright, you know, because then it's just items individually listed and stuff, but... Unless it's like, you know, hey, you want to, you know, see what the random luck is and just have, like, a bag with random who knows what's in there. It's a physical store. Okay, a physical store. I don't even think I've ever seen one around here. But, I guess, I mean, it just sounds like another version of Goodwill, but they just get their stuff in different ways. They just get their stuff from unclaimed baggage. Luckily for me, I'd basically just bring a backpack and, like, you know, a small, like, carry-on or something like that. So, luckily, I probably wouldn't have to have anything that would have to go for the baggage claim or something. What the hell was that?
European cities, most of those things are like centuries old, and they've managed to do it.
Well, look, the automotive industry, actually, a lot of American cities were built for public transportation. The automotive industry would buy those companies up, like trolley lines, light rail lines, and rip them up and say, well, you gotta buy a car now. Yeah, so maybe in its current incarnation, sure, maybe it's not the best design for those things. But right now we're seeing...
I mean, honestly, Scott is definitely right, because, I mean, think about it. Like, I mean, a lot of cities way back in the day, I mean, whether in, like, legit, like, old-ass photos or, like, in artist depictions, like, pretty much, like, every, like, little industrialized town or city had, like, a little trolley car or some sort of, like, light rail thing going on. Like, even if it was just, like, one on the little main street of the town or whatever, even if it was literally one, I guess depending how big it was. So, you know, often airlines seem to be incompetent. Yeah, and honestly, this is just, I mean, it's not, yeah. And honestly, it's not even a fault to, like, the workers who work behind the scenes to get the luggage there, but because of how understaffed and, you know, overworked they probably are, like, you know, I just, you know, wouldn't necessarily trust them to make sure that it gets there safely. Again, not because, like, they're not doing anything wrong. I mean, if anything, they're just getting fucked because they're probably getting overworked, and, you know, and shit, too. So, it's just like, yeah, and at a certain point, that's gonna make you get burnt out and not really give that much of a shit. Vacuum bags shrink down clothes for traveling. Oh, dude, I should totally consider that. Hey, dude, I could totally get some more fucking, you know, shit, you know, like, bag, you know, like, packed in on a carry-on because of that. Dude, hey, you know what? I'm gonna consider that. I'll just bring a carry-on bag because I don't trust anyone with my stuff. Yeah. Portland has a massive system back in the early 1900s. That's what I mean. And frankly, in some places in Portland, you could kind of see, like, some of the, like, underbelly of it. Because, I guess, like, the roads have deteriorated that much, you could see some of the old-ass remnants of, like, what used to be some of that. Like, yeah, at least in some parts of downtown Portland and shit. Interurban railway going all the way to Salem and Eugene. Yeah. And, yeah, and honestly, like, depending on where you go, you can see some of the abandoned old, like, deteriorated shit that, you know, has just been kind of overgrown and just, like, eaten away at this point. Yep. Used to have a massive ass streetcar system. Now it's just like, what? Now we got, like, the max, the max lines, and then the Portland streetcar, but that's only, like, what? 2 lines? I think Portland and Oregon has decay. Wait until see Bama. I mean, yeah, I'm just not saying that, like, you know, Bama's somehow, like, you know, better than Portland. But, yeah, I'm sure honestly, I'm sure, like, yeah, especially Stepdad's probably gonna have some interesting, like, so how about Portland's disintegrating for shit, and I'm just like, yeah, honestly, it's not really, like, that bad. I could just, like, you know, I bet you will have a little bit of, like, huh, alright, interesting. Because frankly, like, because honestly, I do kind of know the main issue with Portland is the city council. They're shit. And they're garbage. But luckily, that's subject to change in the next few years. But, like, nonetheless, I mean, they kind of tend to be the result of many issues. And because mainly they don't address anything, and thus things fester and continue to deteriorate. And thus, you know, reciprocate a lot of problems, and, you know, and thus, you know, create, like, a massive, or a very massive, like, bureaucracy chain of reciprocal drudge. Max is the replacement for the interurbans. Wow. Well, it needs to start expanding a little more. If that's really the case. Because if we used to have that shit way back, you know, like, that was going down to, like, Salem and even Eugene, then bruh. Has 3 lines, but service is weird. Really only 2 lines. That's what I mean. Like, and that's why I was like, it's like, what, 3 or 2? Like, because, I mean, yeah, it's weird. Yeah, like, I don't even get it. I guess it's because, like, what, isn't one of them, like, well, because PSU also has their own as well. It's just like, I mean, it's so confusing. I mean, it's just like, in my mind, it's like, why not just, like, morph it all into one thing or something? I don't know. I mean, it just seems confusing when you have all these different services. See, this is why it needs to all just be a nationalized, or at least, you know, some sort of, like, federally / statewide subsidized thing, because, I mean, shit. Like, I mean, it gets a little complicated when you have all these things going on. Oh my god. Built tunnels down. Town said, a picture of frequent rails to Salem Eugene. Oh, dude. Oh, based. See, we could have had nice things.
of our cities to cars.
Hey, it's not even like we couldn't yet. I mean, you know, it's like, I feel like, you know, honestly, like, even if, you know, the state itself can at least do that, like, hey, statewide, we're gonna, like, nationalize, you know, our, like, you know, make it a public service entirely, you know, throughout the entire, you know, state, then, yeah, you know, it's like, I'd be down for it. No, not Salem, Massachusetts, the capital of Oregon, Salem. The other Salem. It's not that Salem. I mean, honestly, I'm sure there was like a rail line if you like, you know, dot it long enough, you know, all the way from coast to coast. I'm sure there probably is like, you know, a rail line that does technically connect from, you know, Salem to fucking Portland, and by Salem, Massachusetts. I thought Portland was the capital. I wonder how many people assume that, actually. I'm actually curious. I wonder if there's, like... I wonder how many people outside of, like, Oregon as a state think Portland's the capital. Portland used to have an amusement park? At Council Crest, with a streetcar going up there and an elevated boondoggle structure. That sounds awesome. Dude, that sounds cool. What the fuck? Man, now I weirdly want to be, like this age in, like, 19 to, like, you know, fucking 20, whatever the fuck. Because I feel like some of this shit would still be here. Uses random cities for state capitals. Washington's Olympia, Oregon, Salem, California, Sacramento. It really, yeah, dude, the West Coast is a little weird with capitals here. Because in a weird way, you would think it would be like Portland, and maybe for California, it'd probably be like San Francisco, LA. I mean, you know, California could probably have a couple, you know, under its belt. In Washington, like, you know, Seattle, maybe, you know, or Tacoma. You know, it's like you would think it would be, you know, a more bigger named town, but nope. I mean, well, you know, some other states on the East Coast are kind of the same way. I mean, Albany with New York. You think New York City would be the capital, right? You know, but no, it's Albany. So, I mean, I don't know. It's not, I mean, the West Coast is like the only states that are like this, actually. So, you know, some of the states over on the East Coast got, you know, some interesting, you know, like, capital names, because, you know, like, because honestly, I mean, I've kind of known for a while that Albany was the capital of New York, but there was a while, though, where I honestly did thought that, like, New York City was the capital of it, but luckily, it's, like, high school years is when you know, that got rectified, but, you know, still, I mean, there was a point where I did kind of blindly assume it was like, oh yeah, New York City's capital, right? It's like, no, that's Albany. I'm like, oh.
Why are there so many cucks watching us tonight? I don't get it, dude. Where are they?
Tune back into this, and that's what I come back to.
Bootlickers and shit.
Well, you know, just be grateful.
What's the capital of Alabama? Don't look it up, guess. Oh, I feel like I know this, I think. It's, it's Mobile, isn't it? I think. I know for Louisiana, it's Baton Rouge, which also you would think for New Orleans, or for Louisiana, it'd be New Orleans, you know, for the state capital there. Oh, Montgomery? Oh, okay. Well, you know, honestly, like, I feel like I at least kind of had a decent guess, because honestly, I wasn't even thinking about Montgomery. Montgomery, Alabama.
Here because maybe they'll learn something.
I can't. People like that don't typically learn.
Here's another thing, Paul. You're talking about air travel industry. What about high-speed rail? That's a great idea, right? All these other nations have it.
You could functionally, like for the continental United States, you could functionally replace air travel with.
This is historic.
Rail. It would just.
Damn.
Here's the problem. It would be a gigantic investment in American.
Dude, this is actually legit. Dude, this is extremely expansive. So wow, dude, you can see where Portland was versus where Portland is now. Like, that was just Portland back then, and then there's like a few other things around here. Some other shit, it looks like. But probably at the time, more smaller communities. What's it like? What's? Oh yeah, that's the amusement park that you were talking about, right up there. See, we could have had some nice things, dude. We could have kept all this. Man, it goes all the way up here, dude. What? It crosses the river too? To Vancouver, bruh. To the Union Stockyards. Which are generally high quality service. It's one of these. Whoa! Yeah, new tab. New tab this bitch. Here we go. So that's Portland, right? Beaverton, Hillsborough, Forest Grove. Alright. Wilkesboro. Linston. Troutdale, Gresham, Bull Run, Casadero. Damn, dude, it really goes out there. OC, down all the way to Mount Angel. Shit, Woodburn, Albany, Corvallis, all the way to Eugene. Damn, bro. Wait, where's fucking Salem? Oh, there's Salem right there. Shit, dude. What's the interurban line? Fuck, man. Oh, yeah. Hey, there it is. Bruh, what the fuck? We were robbed. Portland's where you go if you're homeless and want to do drugs. The only reason why it's like that is because the city council shit and doesn't actually address the fucking issues. And frankly, the South has more of an opioid crisis and more of a drug problem than like Portland does, dude. So like he needs to probably look in his own state, like I guarantee, like the entirety of Alabama has more of a drug problem than the entire city of Portland. Or just the entire state of Oregon, frankly. I'll even go that far.
Sure. A lot of the infrastructure that we drive on was built in the 50s and 60s. And it's crumbling. And it's not designed for the traffic that it's getting now because there's just more people per square foot.
A lot of it is. A lot of our
and honestly, Paul's most certainly not wrong, because a lot of that infrastructure that we were just looking at, those little maps, comes from that like early 1900s, interurban infrastructure and shit. But then once the automotive industry started really taking a hold in like commerce and infrastructural works, like especially during like the 40s, 50s onward, it totally took all that out. And now what has been built from that is now crumbling, and now only it's probably been like the last 20 years where some places as of lately, probably a little bit more, than usual, than like in the past. But over the last 20 years, there's only been like when really is like been an actual push to try to get some of that, revitalized and shit. And even then, not that much up until really the last, like, 5 to 10, give or take.
New Deal shit in the 20s. So,
I mean, yeah, that's true. And so, like, America needs another one of those. It needs another New Deal. It needs another huge reinvestment effort in social programs and city cleanups and redesigns and a shift away from this paradigm of everybody owns 2 cars and fucking like that. That clearly is not working. But we can't rely on our politicians to do that because they're in the pockets of the industries that benefit from the continuation of these outdated programs. And they represent, like masters that are...
Dude, I guarantee you the GDP of Portland's bigger than the state of Bama.
To give up any of their profits in order to benefit the society at large.
Some roads are just pothole after pothole. You know, my roads up here used to be pothole after pothole until our mayor finally was able to help, make sure and get some of the infrastructure works passed around here. And now at this point, they're nice and silky smooth like butter. Not all the roads, but luckily, at least, around here, there's at least, some progress on some shit like that. And it's like, I guarantee, I can't even imagine, how Alabama is with it. Where it's just some of the more quote unquote well off, type places probably have insane amounts of fucking, just in crumbly ass roads. Where there's probably little patches here and there, if there's nothing of an uproar about it. But even then, it's getting to the point where it's the people get tired of just having to keep calling in about can you please fix these potholes, to the point where they just give up. It's gonna be yeah, fuck it, I ain't gonna keep fixing it. So it's just I mean, it's the reason why a lot of this type of shit is crumbling and stuff, because in a lot of ways people feel oh well, if they're just gonna just patch it up and not actually just fix the road by rebuilding it from scratch and shit. Even though that might take a lot longer in time, and yeah, maybe for the short term it's gonna literally be pothole galore. At least, the end result is legit a silky, buttery, smooth ass road that's actually nice and revitalizes and cleans up the neighborhood a little bit. And the crazy thing is, you didn't have to fucking kick a bunch of random ass homeless people out. You didn't have to fucking do crazy ass sweeps or anything. All you did was just fucking rebuild some roads. And add some sidewalks. It made it more pedestrian friendly. That's all that happened. But it made honestly, at the end of the day, it made the general neighborhood look a lot nicer, a little bit more quote cleaned up, so to speak.
Well, let them eat cake. That's the idea.
So speak.
Let them eat cake. I never recall her Governor Granny Ivy. She consciously brags about fixing roads and bridges, but only in bougie neighborhoods. Of course. Never fix, the actual, working class neighborhoods where they probably need it the most. Oops. Here, go and see what other random little juicy things can be on around here. And your goofy ass little noises, dude. Seriously? Getting real tense over there for whatever the hell you're doing. That made you bounce. What, that make you jump? That make you jump, you little goof? Or did I accidentally... No, you have a MILF problem. It's a MILF problem? Do you see me out here fucking mamas left and right? Actually, You know what, never mind. I think I've, like, stalled on that one a little too long. I was gonna be like, you know what, yeah, whenever, you know, a little troll comes in here, it's like, you know, whenever that work day is, it's actually, like, you know, gonna primarily be, you know, the day where I'm fucking that troll's mom. But, yeah, that's, yeah, stalled on that one a little too long, thinking about that one. Portland has a MILF problem, huh? No, he was talking about me, apparently. Because I was saying the other day that, like, you know, like, moms like me a lot for some reason. And I don't even mean in a sexual way either, by the way. I just mean platonically. It's like, that's a nice, you know, that's a nice young man right there. You know, it's like, it's not even like some sexual, it's like, ooh, that's a sexy boy. It's not even like that. It's like, oh, I like him. It's not. I mean, it's, there's not like some weird implication to it. I have a decent amount of cougars, but I don't even think we have a cougar problem. Not that there ever was a cougar problem in the first place, if there ever could be such a thing. Unless they're like literal like mountain lion cougars, then yeah, that would be a problem. Could ambush this dog. Can ambush you. Well, actually, I can't because you're just watching me. See, I'll come right up to you. Because you're being a little bastard. What? Right. Alright, hold on. This dog's a dork. I shall adjust this light so it's on him. Spotlight's on you, bruh. He's such a goof. Like, you just, like, sit there and don't give a shit, you goofy boy. Boots, boots. Booty squeech. Ow! Hey, punch those old teeth. Oh, look at those little chompers. Look at those little chompers. Oh, look at that little face. Oh, look at that pretty face. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Who's a pretty boy? Who's a pretty baby? Who's a huge boy? You're so goofy. You little mud. You're so goof. Smite thee. You goofy little butt. Look at you. Look at you, little goof. You're such a goofy boy. You're such a goofy boy. I'm not even doing that much to you. You're just like, you are a string bean, dude. Oh my lord. Get back over here. Get back in your little chair. Come here. Oh my god. I fluffed him up too much. I was like, I'm off. Come on. Sit. Come on. Oh my god. Come on. Come on. Yo, hold on. I'll get his attention. I should get his attention, yo. Zugov's cookie friendly. Zugov is a babe magnet, but he unironically kind of is. Oh, look at this little face. Oh my god, look at that little face. Oh, that is a pretty face. Yeah, hello. Hello, little baby. Yeah, oh, that face. Oh, that pretty face. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep staring at that cute little face. Look at that little pretty face. Oh my goodness, he's so cute. Oh, He's eyeballing my hand so much. Aww. Hey, no, that's it. Bop. Rip. Boop. There you go. I just gave him a treat. I was having him stare, you know, being cute. Being cute for the camera, because you're just such a photogenic pup. Well, you actually are not. Yeah, you're not being photogenic at all. Look at you. You look like a little dork. You little nub. What a goof. Blind right in my face. But, yeah, he's just a goofball. Oh, look at that little face. Well, no. Hey! That's right. Little like boop on that little nose. Always trying to sneak over here, dude. I'm honestly surprised he hasn't, like, destroyed anything here. At least yet. I know this little bastard will in time. Yeah, you. Oh, but he's just so cute. He is just a cute, adorable little dork. And he has no right being cute the way he is. He has no right being so damn cute, sir. It's unacceptable. If you smoke crack and find a buyer or do cocaine with Donald Trump Jr., why would you say no to both? Why would you say no to both? Implying that, like, I would say no. I mean, with Donald Trump Jr., God fuck no. He would just kill my high, like, as soon as I snorted it. With Hunter Biden, I mean, at least that would probably be more fun and lead to a more interesting result of, you know, maybe a prostitute, maybe. So, I don't know, at least that would have, like, some results. Like, deranged, insane, coke-induced ramblings of a fucking psycho, or, like, you know, a good time. Where you're smoking Parmesan chunks, you know, thinking it's a goddamn crack rock, you know, so, I don't know. I mean, that just don't sound like a good time, but, I mean, when you're so fucked up that you're literally smoking Parmesan thinking it's fucking crack, I don't know, I mean, it sounds like you're pretty faded, you know what I mean? I mean, I'd rather do cocaine with Hunter Biden. He's massive. Was what? You want it? What, you want to go for the Hunter's Palooza? The Hunter's gun? I mean, come on now. I'm a big bisexual. The biggest I've had is a cucumber. A cucumber is big. What was it? Like a fucking baby carrot-sized cucumber? Was it like a little sprout? little sproutling? Was it just like a tiny asshole, like, you know, about like, you know, just like me? Like that, this long of a cucumber? Gotta work up to Hunter size. Now, you just gotta take that, all, you know, balls deep all the way, dude. You know, just all gas, no brakes, dude. That's how it works. All gas, no brakes. You see that, and you're just like, alright, floor it. Gotta gun it, dude. I'm kidding, by the way. Yeah, the proper way is to work your way up. I'm kind of kidding with that one. same size as me, cucumber, and that. Did you like use lubricants of any type? Because that would be very useful. Just saying that, like, there's never such thing as too much lube. Just saying. Yeah, dude. Yeah, get some form of lubricant, bruh. Something. Astroglide. Just like say anything, dude. That ain't gonna do it. That ain't gonna cut it. I mean, I guess it could, but nah, that ain't gonna cut it. And by the way, don't use oils. Just okay. You don't want some internalized infection going on. We didn't cover that, sex ed. It's pretty self-explanatory. You put a bunch of that on thing that you wish to have very slicky and slippery, and then you use that on whichever part that you're going to be using that on to your heart's content. There you go. So when it comes to the cucumber, you just drizzle a a decent little layer on that, I guess, and there you go. The rest is your oyster at that point. You know what I mean? There's only 3 in like the whole state, dude. There's like 3 within like a 4-mile radius of me, and that's probably being like, I'm probably undercutting it. Actually, I know I am. There's at least like probably like 5. Within like a 4-mile radius. Bruh. My dude. Actually, probably more like 6 or 7 in a 4-mile radius. And that's just here. Like, and not even just like in downtown Portland. If that's the case, then yeah, there's probably more than that. Like, bah. Wow. Closest ones to me is like 40 miles away. I mean, the thing is, like, lubricant should be something that, that could be found outside of a sex shop. Like, does your grocery store have, like, a pharmaceutical, like, aisle or something like that? Where there's, like, feminine care and things like that? Because, at least at my store there is, and in mix between all that, it's where they usually store the condoms and stuff like that. Like, does your store have any of that? Because if so, you could probably just go there. Though granted, the Walmart, I guarantee you Walmart probably does. It's got like a feminine hygiene care, fucking aisle, and there's going to be some lubes and condoms there probably. I mean, at least that's how it would be here. It is Alabama, so the culture shock would probably, shock me with that. You're kind of preemptive, you're kind of like numbing the shock, actually, by giving me these doses. So, the more you tell me about it, the less shock I have when I actually go there. And, oh, man, I can't even imagine. They do, but sex toys are classified literally differently here and are allowed to be sold outside designated stores. So they do have, like, FM hygiene thing, but condoms and, lubricant is not a toy. Condoms don't exist in Alabama. They gotta get the new workers and religious cultists, somehow. They gotta spread the fucking, word of God and, to maximize your fucking, like, workers that you can exploit. Got, so 2 birds with 1 stone. There you go. Don't teach sex ed and don't sell condoms and make them easily accessible. Sold at gas stations, but I've never seen lube. Well, usually, like, condoms tend to be at least somewhat lubricated, so you could just use those. outside of so lube's never been sold outside of us. At least you never seen it. Well, for whatever reason you happen to find yourself in a Walmart, go check their like feminine hygiene care section. You know, because they might have it there. Just use motor oil? Oh God, no. I'll tell you a joke about my dick, but it's too long. Well, I'll tell you a joke about my pussy, but you wouldn't get it. Oh my God. Damn. All right, that's a good and clever one. That's a clever one. It's actually kind of like a double joke. It's like 2 in 1. I got the first kind of, thing I was thinking about, and then I think the real punchline joke really set in and went, all right, that. Oh, dude, I love it. Oh my God. That's actually a pretty clever meme right there. I like it. No, you want to take down liberals in 2030. You don't even want to take that long. Yeah. Dude, 100%. Because he already was in their, like, open, welcoming arms, prior to his presidential run. But given enough time, yeah. Like, what are you doing? What is this? Dr. Dre takes legal action against Marjorie Taylor Greene. Ooh. That's interesting. Okay.
Now that Republicans finally have a Speaker of the House and the real
that woke me up.
work can begin, I obviously use the word work charitably here because we're talking about Republicans. Anyways, the Speaker fight is over and Marjorie Taylor Greene excitedly tweeted out a hype video letting everyone know what to expect, saying it's time to begin and they can't stop what's coming. Now, as you can see here, we can't actually watch the video because it was taken down with a message by Twitter saying this media has been disabled in response to a report by the copyright owner. Now, I'm not sure about you all, but
Huh?
I didn't get to see the video, and I'm definitely feeling FOMO currently because the description that we get about the video from media, leads me to believe that it would have been just wonderful. They explained the video, which Greene uploaded to Twitter, features a portion of Dr. Dre's song Still Dre playing on loop in the background as slow-mo shots of Greene exiting her office and walking...
Is this the actual video here? I mean, I wonder if this is the video here, right?
The halls of Congress are shown. The video ended with a black and white montage.
Oh, it is the video.
Of Greene's 11th hour phone call with former President Donald Trump, along with footage of McCarthy securing the speaker position on the 15th vote. So essentially, the video was cringe autofellatio with Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg playing the background. Why would she choose that? Why wouldn't you choose Ted Nugent or some other Republican singer, because
Or basically just like, you know, I'm proud to be an American. You know, like even that one. I mean, like anything, dude. And I thought you weird, moral, prude, conservative fucking dorks, you know, and you white ass, like, waspy fucking Christian fucking white nationalists and shit fucking hated rap because it was just that weird, like, black music. It's like, oh, it's the music of the blacks because I'm Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, I know that's not her actual voice, but I'm just gonna use that Valley Girl thing for her because I really don't want to try. I feel like if I like even mockingly, you know, get too accurately like to her, I feel like she's gonna possess me and I'm gonna like be like a Borg being, you know, and have like a part of her essence in me, and I really don't want that. I feel like I'd unleash some dark spells if, you know, I got a little too close to mimicking her, even in a mocking form.
do you really think that like hip hop are the vibes that would be appropriate for you? It's just bizarre. Either way, Dr. Dre kind of had the same response that we all would have had to Marjorie Greene choosing one of his songs, and he went after her. He told TMZ, I don't...
If anyone's a Borg, it's Hillary. I mean, yeah, but, you know, there's more than one Borg hive mind out there, I would argue. Marjorie Taylor Greene and her hive is just competing against the broader like the meta hive, you know, in itself. Like, Queen Hillary might have, like, the meta hive, but there's, like, fragmented, like, fractured, you know, oppositional hives that compete against it.
My music to politicians, especially someone as divisive and hateful as this one. And he later ended up taking legal action against her to get the video removed from Twitter. TMZ reports, turns out Dr. Dre's team took action reaching out to Twitter to get the video taken down. As a result, Marjorie Taylor Greene tells us that she's been locked out of her Twitter account for using Dre's copyright without permission. MTG also has some words of her own for Dr. Dre. In an exclusive statement to TMZ, she says, while I appreciate the creative chord progression, I would never play your words of violence against women and police officers and your glorification of the thug life and drugs.
Yeah, but yet you played it for your fucking weird-ass video, you stupid white Nazi bitch. Like, I mean, what the fuck do you, like, see, this is why I love the hypocrisy of these stupid people, because they're like, oh, yeah, your black music is just basically endorsing that thug life and drugs and violence and blah, 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 but I'll use her music every now and then if I want to, if it benefits me. It's like, how much you want to bet she actually purposely used that, you know, used Dr. Dre, knowing that, you know, he was like one of the quote unquote, like, you know, black music, blah, 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 and whatever the fuck, you know, when she, you know, thinks of rap, and was just like, you know what, I'm going to use this as like a way to, you know, get my own, like, expedience, you know, forward, because the cancel culture mob and their censorship, blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's, I have a feeling that she kind of, you know, orchestrated this.
I love how she's pretending that she's not mad. Oh, I'm not mad. I don't even like your music anyway. Of course you're mad, and you're coping because now you were locked out of your Twitter account, something that in the past you've stated you care very much about. The best way...
Still says me that Ice-T is class straight. Well, I mean, you'll always have, you know, some every now and then. I mean, the Sex Pistols are a bunch of fucking random conservative chuckle fucking morons. I mean, so, at least the ones that are still alive. Or at least the ones that I'm aware of. I know, like, the vocalist is. Like, he's like one of those, like, Brexit fucking, like, Boris Johnson simp fucks.
Be for Marjorie Taylor Greene,
or I guess it would be whoever, like, the PM is now,
to release a rap diss track against Dr. Dre. I think that if we got that from all of this, with Marjorie Taylor Greene rapping kind of like Linda Paulson's rap, do you remember her? It would be so amazing, so good, albeit cringeworthy, that it might actually rip a hole in the space-time continuum.
Marjorie Taylor Greene rapping might actually make me want to self-die. Like, I don't know if I want to witness that. In fact, I think I know I would, because like how I would die would basically because I would laugh myself to death and cringe myself to death all in one. I would have like a laughing, cringe-induced aneurysm and just, just like my brain melts and just like boils and mushes into my head and dies. Like, dude, that's just how it'd go. That's what would happen.
Dr. Dre's attorney, Howard King, sent a letter to Marjorie Taylor Greene, and in it, yes, it's a legal cease and desist, but I want to read it to you because this isn't just some boring
Well, this with right-wingers are trying to rap all of a sudden. I don't fucking know, dude. And it's kind of annoying because it's really dumb because they try to act like they're all this like major cool counterculture hip thing, but they're just not.
Jargon letter. He dragged her in this letter. We'll read some of it here. Dear Miss Taylor Greene, you are wrongfully exploiting this work through the various social media outlets to promote your divisive and hateful political agenda. Mr. Young, that's Dre, has not and will never grant you permission to broadcast or disseminate any of this music. One might expect that as a member of Congress, you would have a passing familiarity with the laws of our country. It's possible, though.
Oh, damn. Okay, that is the legit kind of a burn. Oh, damn, bro. It's like, you know, as someone who's in Congress, you know, we would think you would know about laws. It's like, you know, basically saying that she's a dumb fuck. Dude, oh my god, that is the most polite, legal way of saying you're a fucking idiot. Holy shit. Oh, dude, I love it. Oh my god, that is great.
Laws governing intellectual property are a little too arcane and insufficiently populist for you to really have spent much time on. We're writing because we think an actual...
Or is it too woke for you? Oh my god, dude. I mean, that's basically what he said there. It's like... Or it's like, you know, learning about laws and the legal procedures and stuff. Is that too much of a woke liberal conspiracy to you, you dumb cunt? That's basically what he said in polite legal terms, basically. Based. Oh my god. Oh, dude, that is... Dude, I love it. Here, I'll go back just a little bit, just so we can absorb just some of that again.
Familiarity with the laws of our country. It's possible, though, that laws governing intellectual property are a little too arcane and insufficiently populist for you to really have spent much time on. We're writing because we think an actual lawmaker should be making laws, not breaking laws, especially those embodied in the Constitution by the...
Well, hey, I mean, you're gonna need to start writing some letters like this, you know, to pretty much all of them. So...
fathers. The United States Copyright Act says a lot of things, but one of the things it says is that you can't use someone else's song for your political campaign promotions unless you get permission from the owner of the copyright in the song, a step you failed to take. Now here's the best part here. So they're demanding...
Are you sure that's the best part? Because I think we just went through some bangers already.
...desist further unauthorized use of Dre's music, and they're requesting, quote, written confirmation that you have complied with these demands before January 11th. So in other words, not only are we blocking you from playing our music...
That would basically be Wednesday. Ooh, shit! Ooh, dude, will Marjorie Taylor Greene get herself in a lawsuit, dude? Or would she actually die on that hill? I don't think she would. But, I don't know. You know, if she wants, you know, she's all about, like, there is the victimhood complex and the victim narrative, you know, and shit that they always love to play. So there is that. I mean, I feel like that's a coin toss, actually. Does she just double down with it and say, no, you're not getting a written thing from me? Or is she going to say, you know, it's like, I made my little spiel, you know, I already made my little hoopla, I'm just going to let this go under the rug now and do my next thing. Yeah, I guess my next outrage this week, you know, so it's just like, I don't know, Knowing her, like, she likely probably will double down. But at the same time, I mean, like, she doesn't double down all the time. Like, so it really is, I think, a coin toss. I don't know, we'll have to, like, look at all the times that she's gotten, like outraged at, or, like, you know, gotten, you know, called out for some bullshit. We'll have to see, like, how many times she's, like, conceded versus, like, doubling down and shit. because she did, get so, borderline, well, because she is, like, Naziistic or anti-Semitic as fuck, at different times in tweeting, to the point she literally had to do a tour at, like, fucking Auschwitz or something. Like, she had to concede, at least, and back down at least a little bit, and kind of shut up. Even though she hasn't that much, she is at least a little bit more careful, I'm putting that very lightly, about saying Jews. But she went too hard on the whole Jewish space laser thing, basically. It's like, yeah, Jewish space lasers, Jews do everything, they're starting the wildfires, and this and that, and it's like, bitch, alright, are you willing to at least shut the hell up, if, like, you just go over here and pretend, that you, like, acknowledged your wrongs or something? So, I feel like it is a coin toss, honestly. Either way. Because even when she does, quote, concede, she really isn't conceding, It's not like a true concession. So it's just like, I mean, even if it's a coin toss, I don't really think it would be in totality.
Our permission, but we're requesting that you send us a written letter confirming that you've stopped using our music and you understand what we're saying. I
mean, I feel like that part will at least be a coin toss, but I mean, I feel like she's still going to double down and break that anyway. Or double down with it and just not write or sign it or anything. So again, I feel like it's not a coin toss whether she concedes or backs down. It's more of like, where does, she, like, hide it, so to speak. It's like, alright, I'll, quote, back down, and then, behind your back, I'm actually not.
Played by Dr. Dre's people.
Well, actually, I feel like she would double down then, because if she did violate the agreement or the written note thing, then she would be under more legal, scrutiny with that, even though she really wouldn't get punched that much anyway. But, now I feel like I'm leaning in that she won't sign it, or whatever the hell.
Now, listen, I'm going to be honest here. I'm a bit of a hypocrite on this particular issue. Usually, I think that these copyright laws are a bit too strict. I think that lots of times when people use these songs, they're promoting this music, right? But when it comes to individuals like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who wouldn't for a second hesitate to take legal action against one of her political opponents if she had the ability to do so, I have no problem with this. Not going to shed a tear for Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think that copyright laws in this country are indeed antiquated, as Dr. Dre's attorney kind of alluded to in that letter.
I mean, honestly, like, I actually tend to agree. If anything, I feel like there needs to be a lot, or at least some maybe not a lot, but at least some reformation to our copyright laws a little bit. And especially, I think at least a lot of reformation is some more, specificity when it comes to the fair use laws and shit. Especially when it comes to, content creators and stuff. At least, that protect us, or to protect, people that create content or do streams and shit. But, either way, like, I mean, and even though with my problems with that type of shit, it's like I would, say, especially when it comes to someone who's a politician, that they can't necessarily just willy-nilly, just be using songs and shit, because that's basically saying that, like, there can be at least, like, some sort of, like, indirect or implicit tacit, like, endorsement, or, like, at least that's what people can see. Maybe that's not obviously the case. There was one time where Ted Cruz used the Dropkick Murphys once during the 2016 primaries, or the general election, or, it was primaries. General election, what the fuck? During the primaries. And they basically said, hey, we literally hate you, fuck off. Like, they literally tweeted him saying, we literally hate you, you can't use our music. Basically saying the same shit, but they themselves, said it directly instead of getting lawyers together. But they're Irish punk bands, so, they're definitely going to be a little more brazenly blunt about it, I guess. Being like, fuck you, laddie. Or at least Boston Irish. So I guess it'd be like, fuck you, you bastard. Or whatever the hell the Boston accent is, or whatever the hell. I'm gonna kick your ass. But, so it's just like, you got like, a little bit of that going on. And, it's so, honestly, it's like, all in all, Politicians shouldn't really necessarily be able to just willy-nilly be able to do this. Like, I mean, if they want to hit up the artist, be like, hey, as a politician, I want to, use a song or two of yours, for a campaign, rallies and stuff like that, because I like your music, and would that be cool? And if they're like, sure, then okay, fine. But if not, or if they're like, well, on a certain condition or whatever the hell, then that has to at least be absolutely fucking considered and abided by, whether it's like no or under certain conditions. I mean, because, it's at least when it comes to like public figures and politicians, at least in this case. But for like private citizens, I mean, there definitely needs to be some more, lucidity with that.
When it comes to Marjorie Taylor Greene, since her personal philosophy is F you, I don't really mind seeing her get a taste of her own medicine. And really, when it comes to these politicians like Donald Trump, who keep using these copyrighted songs without the permission of the copyrighted holders.
Oh, I just remembered, like, the Trump had this happen with Nickelback out of all fucking bands, dude. Nickelback took down one of his fucking things. Like, he posted a thing on Twitter and Nickelback fucking copyrighted, one of his things because he was using one of their songs. Look at this photograph. That's I don't even know what song that is, but whatever that one is. It's like, dude, oh my god. Dude, man. And that these are the same motherfuckers that try to push and enforce these laws too. And it's like, and this is why, I think it's okay, especially, and I think it needs to be enforced when it comes to the politician side of things, because, like, they're the ones that try to enforce on us, so fuck you. You deserve to get you taste your own medicine, bitch.
I still understand what they're expecting, because
frankly, they need to be held on to a more stricter scrutiny anyway. I mean, at least hypothetically, or at least, like, theoretically, like, that's supposed to be the case. Like, at least, if you have elected representatives, they're supposed to be under the scrutiny of your constituents and if anything, be under more scrutiny, considering the position that they're in.
And so, do you honestly think that these artists would feel comfortable with you using their songs? I mean, was there, just going back to her original video, which I regret not being able to see.
And honestly, to say to Mike's point, it's like, do you think artists would be comfortable? It's like, and frankly, likely, no. Because at least on the Republican side, there's at least 3 different, very specific instances that I remember. One, just a minute ago, at least, but 2 directly that I remember. This one, obviously. Well, not remembering, but, like 3 that I can think of now. This, Trump with Nickelback, and then Ted Cruz of the Dropkick Murphys. It's like, these fucking politicians, like, always, do this type of shit. And I guarantee you, there's, like, fucking a shitload more.
Was there not a more appropriate
I mean, maybe not like hundreds more, but at least, like, maybe, like, another, like, dozen, maybe, that, like, at any given time in the last, like, 10-something years, maybe, that this has been going on?
For you, of all people,
and probably more if you go farther back.
I don't know, to play maybe the Banjo-Kazooie theme song. I love the Banjo-Kazooie theme song, but like something with a banjo and, like, I don't know.
No, you have to have the tuba song, or the circus theme, or whatever. Well, that'd be more for Chris Christie. But kaleidoscope music. Or Calliope music, or just like some circus theme music, or I guess just like a literal banjo, but not like some Banjo-Kazooie. I want like some some like raw banjo. I want some like I want like that like that banjo twang, bro.
Just, you get what I'm saying? Like, the vibe with Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's a trash person.
Okay, I guess the Banjo-Kazooie is a little mixture of the banjo thing and a little bit of the circus thing, too. So, you know what? I feel like comedy. You know what? Yeah.
Terrible human being.
Hot take, Nickelback does deserve all the hate. I mean, I don't hate Nickelback. I just don't give a fuck about them. Like, I don't like any of their songs. I don't give a shit about them. Like, whatever. Like, there's, the few decent songs to me are, like, bare minimal tolerable. Like, I don't really give that much of a shit about, their music, and I don't really care. I don't, like, hate them or detest them with all my fiber of my being. They're fun to meme about. Like, I like to meme them because they're fun to, use as a meme. Especially, at least when it comes to the hate, I guess. But that's just because it's kind of a meme, I think.
Something that represents her stupidity more sufficiently would have been better. Not Still Dre. Like, that song, it's a badass song. Nothing about Marjorie Taylor Greene screams badass or subversiveness or outsider. She's an imbecile, and she's trying to use her power as a politician to make the lives of ordinary working Americans worse. So that song is inappropriate for her. She shouldn't be using that. But now it's going to cost her because she got locked out of her Twitter account, and this entire kerfuffle is hilarious and entertaining to me. And I hope it continues. I hope she continues to egg on Dr. Dre. I hope he continues to attack her. I like this stuff. American politics, it doesn't necessarily produce good outcomes for Americans, but at least we can all laugh at the stupidity of it all, right?
Yep.
Up yours.
Gotta laugh at it all. Woke moralists.
I dreamed I saw my maternal grandmother.
Oh no.
She was stroking her
Oh no.
absent-minded.
Oh no.
I let her have her way. The genital way.
God, I love the beat, but fuck, God, hearing Jordan Peterson say that, God. Dude, the beat's actually, like, legit pretty good, but god damn it. Mike, I want a full song of that, but I don't want the vocal pieces. Or at least, not those sound bits. God. Curse Mike for having, like, an ability to make some pretty cool outro beats, but always using the most absurd, like, little, like, audio snippets that people have said. It's like it starts off with a banger, and then it talks about the grandmother part, and it's like, catches so off guard. Jordan Peterson memes.
Publishing video uplink.
I learned that the fastest and most certain pathway forward to the future we all want and need, peaceful, prosperous, beautiful, is through the economic elevation of the absolutely poor.
The first issue.
Top J, the top JDI, I'll tell you what. We got the new brand of Bugatti. We got ourselves a nice, good, fucking hot top, fresh Bugatti. I tell you what, there, bruv. It's the new part of the Bugatti line. I tell you what, you gotta be top G. I don't want no weak past pussies, because if not, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you. I don't even want you in my game now. I'll talk with you, mate. I know that's not how Andrew Tate talks, but I don't give a fuck.
EI is out now. 1 week access to Tiberium G University 4.0.
Tiberium G. No, it has to be Bugatti. Bugatti G. It's Bugatti, not Tiberium.
To help you escape the Matrix. A free album, Commando Tate Poems, Jordan Peterson's exclusive battle plans against the Nod, and much more. Get a 15% discount if you pay with Mammoth Coins.
Mammoth Coin. Okay, at first I was like, I don't know if I'm getting this particular meme, but you know what, the rest of it, made up for it. that last little bit made up for it there. You know what, speaking of, honestly, hold on. I did remember kind of like tuning into on Nuggets, at least during one of my breaks when they were tuning into the Taint himself, because they're gonna do an Andrew Taint gauntlet eventually. Oh God, bless their souls, because they're gonna. I don't think they realize what they're getting into with that, because like there's, like, there's Jordan Peterson, and he's, like, I think the peak. He's the top. Like, he's up there. But I feel like they undermine the true levels of the taint. I think they undermine the taint. I mean, well, I don't know, not really, but, they're just starting to kind of, like, expand their, their knowledge of the taint, so I don't know, like, maybe right now, like, I might eat my words, but I have a feeling. He subscribed for the Andrew Ignore Gauntlet. Wait, how would I be somehow involved in it? I mean, I'd be watching it in the chat.
The sweaty, swampy tape.
Out of the frying pan into the fire, huh, TJ?
Paul, I think you are gonna get. I don't want to predict because maybe you're gonna totally just be flat on it, but I think you're gonna get a lot out of this story. All right.
Okay, fair enough.
So the title of this video, by the way, is "I'm a hardcore Andrew Tate supporter because of this."
Because of this.
The video that convinced me.
This is the video where he saw it and he's like, you know what? This guy.
This guy
the
right
real
here.
deal.
Maybe we'll be converted, guys. Maybe this is the episode we're like, you know what? People were wrong about Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're in a trench and you're under fire. The least productive person is the person.
Yeah, of course, because that's, as we all know about Andrew Tate's distinguished, military service.
Honestly, even for DFF, I feel like, honestly, I mean, that'd be okay for, 5 minutes. Like, an entire gauntlet would be, even for me, dude, that would be boring as shit. Like, it'd be kind of funny as a little meme for a little bit, and then I'd be like, alright, even I'm bored. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe there might be, an occasional stream that that I've done way in back, years back and shit, that, I don't know.
Yeah, he was in the World War I trenches. He was trench to trench warfare.
I think everyone can. That's like an analogy that everyone can really relate to. Like when you're in the trenches.
Dude, for him being in the trenches is waiting an extra 5 minutes at Starbucks. Super busy. You know what I mean? When Starbucks is busy, and you need to get your coffee. Sometimes when you're in the trenches, you just have to stand up and take it, man. You just gotta wait that extra 3 minutes because listen.
That extra 3 minutes means that is 3 less minutes in your
Idiot that leaves without the coffee, he's gonna be tired all day, bro. Real fact.
Dude, I honestly absolutely fucking loathe the way Andrew Tate says Bugatti. It's Bugatti. Bugatti. That's how he says it. Bugatti. Like, he says it in such a weird fucking way that it actually irks me, dude. He might, I don't know, at some point, with enough Andrew Tate exposure, you will hear it.
Nice.
So I'm looking through his Wikipedia, and they seem to have accidentally omitted his military service, so...
they're always doing that to slander these guys. He's the ultimate badass, TJ. He doesn't have a public military record, okay?
Yeah, he's one of the Navy SEALs that took out Bin Laden.
When you're in the trenches, you know.
Alive.
Person who goes, they got too much artillery, we're gonna die. Shut the fuck up. We all know.
I would love to drop this dude in...
So it's like we all know, bro. Shut up. It's like we're all about to die in artillery fire because they have the 152 millimeter Bugatti model fucking 2022 artillery, fucking guns. But guess what? Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck, bruh. Man up and just take your death like a fucking man. Take your death with confidence, you little bitch. I don't want no pussies on my trenches. Bugatti.
World War I trench and watch him shit his little fucking britches.
Yeah, dude, this guy would be the cuck bitch that's like, we're gonna die. Dude, that would be Andrew Tate. Dude, you know what, dude? Fuck, the trenches of, the War of I, bro. Just send him to Ukraine, dude. Dude, there's a lot of different front lines in Ukraine that are basically just trench warfare at this point. So it's just I mean, well, I guess, mostly Eastern Ukraine, with, the Donetsk regions. It's kind of been like that since Crimea and shit, in 2014. But anyway, I mean, it's you got that shit, going on over there. It's just send his ass. I'd like to see him just, look above and just see, a little tiny dot that's a drone that's just dropping, a little grenade on his ass. It'd be like, oh, God, we're all gonna die. Oh, shit. Oh, above. Oh, my God.
he would be the dude in the trench that's like, "Hey, shut up, pussy! Get out there! I'm crawling over the barbed wire, and you're gonna help me." No, you would be fucking crying and rocking yourself.
I just
because kickbox his way for the Germans. He would KO Hitler. Well, that's World War II, not World War I.
Blast asleep.
Well, I guess Hitler would also be in World War I because he was a soldier. Yeah, you know what? Fair enough.
He's like Kirk Douglas in Passive Victory, dude. He's leading the charge and shit. It's like, dude, this guy be hiding in the trench under a dead body.
I love the fact that he's just brought up this analogy, not like, because I don't think anyone can not. I mean, I'm not saying that anyone can't bring up a trench analogy or whatever the fuck, but like he literally brings it up, talking about it as if it is something he's done. It's like, when you're in the trenches, you always get this one guy that's like, "Oh my god, we're outgunned, there's too much artillery." And you just tell that guy, "Shut the fuck up." You know, it's like,
TJ.
You know what? Speaking of TJ, it's 4:20 on my stream. I just noticed that all the time. Like, conveniently, I actually do have a bowl loaded. I didn't even... Am I going over 4 hours? It's damn, man. All right, well, okay, fuck. Well, shit. Where did the time go?
Poor man, trenches at night.
trenches of
What are you doing?
Wow, yeah.
How many Bugattis can you fit in the trench? Apparently a lot.
That's not helping us, right? It's very effective. So, and most people understand, they say, you are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Then why the fuck are you spending time with negative people? Or people who complain?
Why am I spending time with you, Paul? You're too negative. You're destroying my my options.
I like how he's saying it's like, don't hang out with negative people who complain, but what's Entertained even doing? He's complaining. He's bitching.
Naturally optimistic disposition.
You hang out with the most. You have no actual individual will or any.
Yeah, I'll probably bring my laptop.
Yeah, you know, that's crazy stuff, you know.
Like, where does he get this fucking idea from? Like, he just throws out this fucking, like, piece of wives' tale anecdotal wisdom. Like, they say that you are the sum of the 5 people that you hang out with the most. Something tells me that this guy, that why aren't you a yes man then?
Oh, no shit, fuck Paul. Oh my god, that's probably the best burn he's done in a while. Holy shit. Damn, oh my god, we gotta hear that again. Holy shit, that was just so goddamn beautiful.
Like, where does he get this fucking idea from? Like, he just throws out this fucking, like, piece of wives' tale anecdotal wisdom. Like, they say that you are the sum of the 5 people that you hang out with the most. Something tells me that this guy, that why aren't you a yes man then?
Oh my god, fuck ass, dude. I mean, for real, man. It's like, I mean, if you have nothing but yes men hanging around, you know, like a bunch of fucking cucky ass Sims, you know, around you all goddamn day, then it's like, yeah, wouldn't you be one too? Oh my god.
You know this guy's side of my head.
Oh god, yeah, okay.
Oh man.
Pretty credible.
I was right.
Oh shit.
Paul's gonna love this, because this is before it even gets really ridiculous.
Dude, this because this faux hyper masculinity shit is just so fucking transparent.
Alpha bro.
Dude, it totally is.
Yeah.
And yes, he is just an idiot who got lucky and made some money. Because he knows how to fight and kickbox.
Or negative people. Stop talking to them. Everyone I talk to is like, yeah, we are.
By the way,
winners.
when people like this talk about this, like, I cut toxic, negative people out of my life. It was people that were actually trying to tell them, like, something to help them. You know what I mean?
Probably.
Trying to call them out on some bullshit that they're doing that's going to end up getting them in
Like 90% of the time, that's basically the case.
trouble down the road, or, you know what I mean? Help them with
like,
a problem that they're not willing to admit.
The guy's like, hey, you know,
Hey, dude, maybe you shouldn't human traffic and stuff.
fucking toxic
Piece of shit, get out of here.
I'll kick you out.
don't believe in me.
TJ, look, I proved my gun with tell me things that are lies. That's a lie. You're cut. You're off. You're done.
Dude, I agree with this. Tate is the most boring, controversial figure of all time.
That's fucking weird. Oh, the Matrix attacks us. Oh, you think I need YouTube? What? You think I need YouTube? Get fucked. That's who we are.
The Matrix is basically, it's really, I mean, it's exactly what you think it is. It's just like, the world is an illusion, but I've seen through it, blah, blah, blah. That's what the Matrix is.
There are guys out there that, like, treat women with respect and look at people equally. They're in the Matrix, bro. What you gotta do is you gotta step...
Yeah, you know, these people who are basically just, like, treat people with respect. This thing called, like, you know, these people, these men that have the thing called, like, empathy and stuff, yeah, they're part of the Matrix, man.
Treat women like trash and drive a Bugatti, alright?
Drive a Bugatti.
Figure it out, bro. Got the secret of success right here.
Right? So this was when I was young. I was about 23 years old. I had a new girlfriend. Her name was Carrie. And her ex-boyfriend, I stole her from her ex-boyfriend. And if you're a man, you understand.
Oh shit, bro. Yo, Venom, did your girlfriend get stolen by the tank, dude? Oh shit. Oh shit, dude. Oh, bro. Oh shit.
Dude, you didn't steal that fucking broad. See, I love it when rich guys go like, I stole this girl from my ex-boyfriend. That bitch fucking, like, latched off of his tit and went and sucked some off of yours for a while. She fucked you out, bro. She probably spent...
Well, I mean, was probably, like, I self-delete if you stole my woman. Nah, I wouldn't self-delete. I would just, if anything, be like, wow, okay. I'm just like, wow. Well, if anything, you probably dodged a bullet, because, like, I mean, if he did, then, wow, then she must be that much of a fucking idiot to be, you know, that dumb to think that, you know, he's gonna somehow be, like, you know, the one or whatever the fuck, you know. I was like, okay.
With you, and you probably...
And also considering that he did a lot of the whole human trafficking thing anyway. Not that it matters anyway, in this sense he's rotten being the fucking beta cuck bitch to like some Romanian hitman in a Romanian jail.
Grand on her, and she went off and laughed with her friends about it. Like, how is that being an alpha, bro?
Some other guy, or she's still half talking to her. Oh, bro, she's half talking to her ex, or she's dating 10.
Oh, yeah, dude, the alpha.
Could still kind of love, like, well, yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, she probably wouldn't even, well, it's just kind of random because it happened to be the same name that, you know, like, one of your exes is, and I'm just like, oh, shit, he rolled up in the Bugatti, you know, it's just like, I rolled up in that Bugatti when I was in Alabama, and then I out there and stole that girl. Tell you what, rolled up in that Bugatti she sold.
It also mail like, oh yeah, she's like talking to a bunch of her exes and stuff, and like sneaking off for extended periods of time to like places I don't know, and then come back like really disheveled and sweaty and change her clothes. But you know, man, alpha male me, I've got the situation on lockdown, bro.
Dude, I'm so alpha. You know what my favorite part of stealing a dude's girl is when I can still taste his dick on her mouth. You know what I mean? When we kiss. Oh, yeah, bro. That's how you know you're the real alpha.
Man, damn, bro. Yeah, taste that.
That other dude's balls.
When there's like a little bit of that like cum residue on her like lips when you're making out of her, yeah, that's like when you're the real alpha, bro.
Is all over her still. You know what I mean? Like freshly stolen. You know.
Probably too fake. Yeah, honestly, you're probably right.
It's fucking
He probably literally wants, you know, women that literally look like, you know, fucking porn star level supermodels.
Dude got heartbroken. Had no emotional control of all the things we talked about. I was at her house. My car was outside her house. I was with my boy, Tony.
Story time with Andrew. Alright, are you ready for this story?
Yeah, and so basically, he sat there crying while I ate his cream pie out of her snatch.
Alright. It's gonna get so good.
Eating the cream pie out of his. Oh my god, dude, Paul is just obliterate, dude. I honestly, goddamn, I want to see Paul face to face with fucking Andrew Tate, dude. And Andrew Tate has to be like locked in a chair. Like, he basically has to be in this chair, but like forced down by his waist on like, you know, some sort of like titanium level, like strength fucking like, you know, restraint. So he can't like get up and try to beat his ass. You know, he's just stuck there, you know? It's like, you need at least something like that, but I just want Paul to just obliterate the fuck out of him, dude, in person. I just want him to just, like, obliterate his fragile ego to his face.
Me and Tony are in her house. She's talking to her friend. I'm talking to Carrie. We're all having fun. It's Friday night. For
real. I mean, yeah. Honestly, fundamentally, there ain't nothing wrong with eating cream. So in someone else's cream pie, another woman's snatch or whatever. Nothing wrong with that. But don't entertain, like, I feel like the pass is given to mock him and make fun of him, considering his whole alpha bro, you gotta have Bugattis, and all this shit. I always keep bringing up the Bugatti, like that, just because it's just such a weird ass fucking, like, just way he says it. It's just the way he says it, dude. Like, it's so annoying.
Boom, boom, boom. These 6 guys get out with hammers. Knock on the door. It's her ex-boyfriend. Harry starts panicking. He's crazy. He's crazy.
This happens. I'm really sure that 6 dudes got out with hammers, and you're just all like, "No problem, bro. I'm trained in every form of martial arts known to man."
I love how this is
fucking weird. Dude, hey, there ain't nothing wrong with it.
Basically, like the Hammer Gang. It's like some kind of fucking
the Hammer Gang.
All just like we're all gonna have hammers, you guys. I'm sure this motherfucker's gonna claim he handled it like the fucking Old Boy hallway scene too. Just
yes, he's still in jail.
Single-handedly dismantled 20 dudes wielding hammers or whatever. All right, Jackie Chan. All right, fucking Turkish Jackie Chan or whatever the fuck. FYI, this guy commissioned a comic of him beating up Spider-Man.
What? No way.
Because this dude is so fucking invested in this.
I never knew that.
He's somehow better than you because his dad was rich. That he'll never reflect on the idea that like nobody would willingly place him in that position, so he had to pay somebody to do it. You know what I mean? Like if you were really the badass that you're purporting to be, somebody would have put you in the comic beating up Spider-Man on its own, dude. If you were the ultimate fucking hero, you had to pay for it. Great, dude. So you got
sounds like an alpha
money and you can buy shit. Wow, good for you, bud. You've really made it in life.
Relax. I go outside with Tony. There's 6 guys with hammers. It's me and Tony, right? And he goes, "Bro, I don't even give a fuck about Carrie, but you're gonna say sorry to me." Sorry for what? Because you stole my girl, you're gonna say sorry.
Hey.
And then we'll just go away. I said, "I'm not gonna lie to you, my friend. I'm not sorry for fucking anything. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm sorry." And then
Hey, Mr. T, that's great.
Wow, not being held accountable to reactions and, apologizing and stuff. Oh, so funny, yes. Oh.
My friend Tony.
Couch simp.
When I said that, I swear to God, when I said that, in real time, because I don't take my eyes off the enemy.
I don't take my eyes off the enemy.
Does he not come across at this moment like a character that would be played by like fucking Ben
Oh my god, dude, he would totally be cast in a fucking zombie movie where before the zombie apocalypse, he's talking all this fucking crazy like, "I'm basically a Navy SEAL. When you're in the trenches, I told the guy, stand back." And then as soon as the fucking zombie apocalypse happens, he's sitting there with a big shit stain in his face. Nobody can get him to stand up and defend himself. Like, I've walked into so many of these fucking talk tough truck nut fucking guys.
Talk tough truck nut.
And dude, there's one thing that runs through the center of them. Deep abiding insecurity with who and what they are. They have this need to constantly paint themselves as the fucking star of some absurd action film. Dude, I've been around people like this.
Same here, dude. Oh my god. Dude, you're septic, yeah. And I'm sure you're septic is honestly one of these same people that Paul's talking about, but honestly, even he could beat Tank's ass, dude. What did Paul say there for a second ago? Like, talk tough, truck nut motherfuckers or something? My god, bro, dude, I love Paul when he's on a rant, bro, dude. I just love it when he rants off about just sweet things in my ear, dude. I love it.
These absurd lies. 5 guys with ball peen hammers showed up because you stole this dude's girlfriend. Fuck off, Andrew Tate. Give me a break, bro. This never happened. I would fucking defy you to prove that anything like this ever happened. You're just pouring the fucking hot sauce bottle out on the ground with this one.
I mean, considering that he's a rich bastard, like, you would think he would have things like security cameras, so you would have, like, video footage to prove it, right? Or something. But guess not.
There's 6 of them, but they're all facing me directly. So I was looking in their eyes directly. When I said
all 6 of their eyes at once.
All 6 eyes. Oh wow.
And
What,
they
he
never
got like, what, do you have like, 12 eyes?
like flank you or spread out or anything. They just stayed there in one little cluster.
Yeah, like a Jackie Chan movie. You know what I mean? They just lined up for the choreographed fight scene that's about to ensue.
But literally, he could be back up at least most of his talk. Well, yeah. Yeah, at least, him, he at least has some of that whole, like, I was in the trenches, but, I mean, maybe not literal trenches, but, at least he has some of that, like, credence in that shit.
But that kind of works, dude. Yeah, well, it's Anthony. They're going to fight a one-on-one. It's going to be a 1v1. He's so badass. But, they're not just going to circle him, attack him all at once where he can't possibly block 6 people attacking him. He's going to face them one-on-one.
Shit. You ain't going to say sorry, so now we have to actually attack him with hammers. Do we actually want to attack him? At the time, I was British kickboxing champion. I was known in my town. They knew it was going to be messy, right?
And this is one of those dudes, he's
back,
in fucking MMA or whatever the fuck, and he thinks that's the real world. He thinks the real world is a sanctioned fight with a bunch of rules in a fucking octagon or whatever the fuck. It's not, bro. It really isn't. And this...
And even then, I don't even know if 100% he totally believes that anyway. Because he thinks that he can skirt the rules and try to, like, hide away, when it comes to being held accountable when he violates said rules anyway. So, hence why he's in jail. So, I mean, even then, I don't even know if he 100% totally believes that as it is.
It reeks of...
I guess to a degree.
Mouth syndrome, for sure.
I had nothing in it. I had nothing in it.
Who knows what's back there?
Oh, your little yes cucks on the fucking...
Yes
just
cucks.
Giggling along like what you just said with some, like, pearl of comedic wisdom.
And honestly,
Oh my
was
God.
there something funny in that? Like, I didn't even hear anything funny. He just started maniacally laughing as far as I was concerned.
Oh, strong, Andrew. Oh, you're so beautiful.
Do something, right? So they're looking at me and they're like, fuck's sake. We thought he'd say sorry and he didn't. Now what do we do? And Tony pipes up. Fucking dickhead Tony. Hey man, why don't you just say sorry? And as he said that, I saw all of their faces almost lit up. Because he inspired, the other team showed weakness, inspired weakness on our side. And from...
You were totally right about him. The guy who's actually giving him good advice in this story is basically like castigated for it. Like,
wow, what?
Hey guys,
It's like, what a fucking moron, bro.
You show. Oh my God, he showed weakness, and that's when I cut.
He does have that false charisma, right? See why Lillian Man would look up to him. To advise. Yeah, I mean, you could see it for sure.
Because I realized he was a weak bitch who's gonna tell me wrong.
Fucking hiccups, dude. Really?
It's like what?
From complete capitulation, they were now brave again. Because Tony ran his mouth. I swear on my father's grave, I'm standing there. Tony said that. I turned, I fucking smacked it, strained his mouth, knocked him out cold.
Tony, don't.
Tony, my own friend.
So your own friend, just because he said something, it's like, why don't you go apologize or something? It's just a simple thing, and that's it. It would be the end of the fucking conflict. But that one little thing, it's like, no, not even like a shut up or anything. It's just like, now you get right, immediately knocked the fuck out. It's like, wow. So friend you are, and you're the one who decides that you want to, like, cut out toxic, negative people in your life, huh? Well, I'm pretty sure it's you who's the toxic one, you fucking, well, of course you are, you fucking Neanderthal pig dog fuck bitch. And I know he's like some Romanian's breeding bitch and fucking, in jail, dude.
Yeah, you have so little respect for your friends. They give you good advice, you attack.
Hashtag this happened, bro. Hashtag
r/that happened.
You know what the great thing about it is? He's telling the story, and it still makes him look like a fucking psychotic prick.
Yeah, it makes him look like nothing but a shitbag.
This is who you aspire to be.
His friend tries to, like, counsel him in a way to get him out of the trouble that he's gotten himself in the story. And for speaking up to try to, like, diffuse the situation, he's attacked by his own friend and, like, knocked out cold with one punch. It's like, okay.
Slap him, man. Had to slap him, bro. Don't ever get out of line with me, bitch.
So, like, not only did you make this story up, but you're making up a story that doesn't even make you look good. I guess it does to your target audience, because apparently someone's a hardcore Tate supporter because of this story. They heard this and they're like, yes, cool, this guy is awesome.
This guy is the ultimate badass. 6 guys with hammer shows up, and what does he do? He stands his ground.
And he punches his own friend in the...
I mean... I guess I wouldn't necessarily be against it, I guess.
So then, as soon as I hit Tony in his stupid fucking face for showing weakness in a moment where we needed to show strength, I shit you not, bro, the Hulk shows up, and he's like, everyone calm down. I was like, fuck you, bitch, and I bitch slapped the Hulk.
Bitch slapped the Hulk.
How you hurt, Hulk? And I was like, fucking weak beta-ass pussy. And then I kicked all the guys with ball-peen hammers' asses, bro, and then I drove off of my Bugatti.
My Bugatti. I love it.
Oh, yeah. Dude, there's an endless supply of
beat the fuck out of the Hulk, you the Incredible Hulk. I beat the fuck out of his head for being a beta kick cock-ass little bitch. You need to shut the fuck up, who never even went into the trenches, and I drove out my Bugatti. Stole his girl, too.
Lapping this up, and everybody else has got their fucking eyebrow in the air, except for the people who you pay to keep their eyebrows down, like the idiot sitting across from you on the couch. Dude, if you can't read this guy like a book immediately, you have...
What accent does Tate have? The accent of a bitch-made little fuck? I mean, I don't know. One that has Bugatti in it. I don't even know what accent it is.
Severe fucking problems, bro. If you don't see this fucking leisure suit wearing huckster coming like a fucking cab on 5th Avenue, you have major problems. There's nothing that can help you if you are sucked in by a dude like this, bro.
My own teammate against the 6.
I mean, I kind of disagree with all of that. I think there is, ways to help, people that might, get into shit like this. But it's a very complicated thing. It would take time to, truly solve and address those issues anyway. Hey!
I need you now, Tony. I said, fuck him and fuck you. I'm in the house. And I walked in the house, and I saw them all standing around outside with hammers, look at Tony asleep, and go back in the cars and fuck off. Swear to God, that's a true story. If you're weak near me,
see, r/that happened because when you say, swear to God, true story, then it's definitely bullshit.
You make me weak.
If you're weak near me, you make me weak, so thus I will be confident by beating the fuck out of you by making you even more weak. Dude, what an insecure little fuck. Dude, man. I hope him being in a Romanian jail, he's gotten his ass fucking beat by, some Romanian, hit squad fucking mob boss or some shit or whatever the fuck, bro. Seriously.
Accept it. I give you a million stories of this.
Then why aren't you bitch slapping and fucking gang stomping the 2 simps sitting across from you, chuckling at everything you say like it's the pearl of ultimate wisdom? That's ultimate weakness. So why aren't you bitch slapping them? I'll wait.
Because the weakness in his world is defined as
empathy.
You disagree with me,
right?
Kindness.
Yeah. Oh man. But those who are subservient to my greatness, that's a true mark of strength,
Oh, you are my enemy! I would kill my own friend!
Basically being, a part of the whole, confidence gang and, being, confident and shit is basically just being a yes man and a total simp towards the ideas that he fucking espouses because it gives him the fucking ego boost and, ego stroking. So he, feels, more comfortable and better and confident about his own self.
No way.
You would see me as weak too, despite, me being a confident, person. And honestly, you're not even, a weak person yourself. No, he wouldn't.
Years ago, maybe we were in Munich. They called the story.
I mean, Andrew Tate is more, 10 times more weaker of a little bitch than you ever would. Because being weak doesn't, pertain to just strength or anything.
Police on me for not wearing a mask.
I'm around the world, you know how it is.
Taking up Munich, wasn't wearing a mask, they called the cops.
Fuck as well. We're in Munich, wasn't wearing a mask, blah, blah, blah. We got drunk in the Kapinski, got really drunk, blah, blah, blah. I was drinking with some guys I kind of knew. In the morning, the police had come, they were threatening to arrest us all because we didn't fucking capitulate and wear 8 masks. The Germans are weird. So we go in our cars.
The Germans are weird.
Two Raris, go to the Raris, we're heading back to the prison. We drunk loads. We were really, really drunk. We stopped at the gas station. We all got out of the car. One of the guys was like, bro, I feel so sick.
So he's drunk driving too.
So I beat his fucking ass because he showed weakness in the parking lot.
I was walking to the gas station. I said, and I went up to him. My brother talks about this all the time. He goes, I pat him on the back and said, bro, if you're going to keep walking like a fucking injured antelope, you're going to stay here. We drunk booze. We all feel like shit. I'm not walking around Earth with some dude. I don't want you in my group. I don't want you getting in my car. I don't want you near me. When I walk with my team,
you know what that was really? He just didn't want someone to throw up in his expensive car.
Takes on just been strong. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, strength-wise, I mean, sure.
Yes, Scotty.
But also, I love how he's just like, oh, you know, so like if you happen to be like a little sick because you drink too much alcohol, it's like, yeah, guess what, we all are, but we tough it up and just say fuck it. It's like, bro, what? I mean, it's like, no, you need to actually, like, you know, take care of that, you know, by drinking water and actually getting, you know, to a place where you can rest for a little bit. But it's like, nah, we're just gonna leave you in the middle of nowhere and be like, fuck you, ugh. It's like, you know, you better not puke in my book. So we're, you know, gonna leave you here in the middle of fucking Munich or some shit, I guess, you know, the place that you don't know or you've been to, probably.
You're staggering and all this bullshit? You better start walking right. Because when you're with me, you represent the Andrew Tate brand.
And he's hugging a toilet.
The Andrew Tate brand, bro.
He'll come to him like, look, Andrew,
And the Bugatti brand.
Basically what I'm getting is, like, I treat my friends like shit. I am a whore.
I mean, honestly, it's just like, I mean, and anyone who thinks that, like, you know, this idea of, like, you know, of, like, you know, friendships, you know, or, you know, having friendships and shit, or it's just, like, beyond toxic as fucking shit.
Abusive
They're not
person
his
that
friends.
treats everyone around me like
They're not his
garbage.
friends. They're disposable pawns that can hang out.
I mean, it really just shows, you know, the true sociopathy and the fucking psychopathy that fucking, you know, Taint has.
You toe a line. The line is whatever he says it is.
They've got to sit there and nod like a bobblehead every time he says something, like you know, just fucking delivered from the mountain upon high by the guru.
Oh, yeah, whoa.
And if any one of them fucking
it's just expensive. Yeah, it is just some expensive ass rich car.
should question him,
Cough one sound. I'll be right back in a second.
And they get one of these stories where he beat their ass, made up about them.
let's choose someone else. Let's choose another group to prey on. You are the weakness in this group. I don't give a... Yeah, you drunk whiskey. Yeah, you feel shit. If you can't turn it on for 2 minutes to go piss and come back in the car, then get fucked. I had a serious conversation.
Dude, look at that fucking dude sitting over there like Lord Macbeth. He's fucking like, the look on his face when they cut to that dude sitting at the head of the table was so intense and shit. Like he's a fucking knight sitting at Arthur's round table. You know what I mean? Discussing the future of the fucking Teutonic race.
Teutonic race.
Dude, yeah, dude, he looks like these dudes are the cringiest shit ever. He thinks that, like, sitting in the room with this narcissist, pathological liar is some kind of fucking world-shaping event, and he's at the head of the table, bro. You can tell this guy is gassed all... Yeah, dude, he does! He looks like Xerxes looking down
Xerxes? Dude, he looks like Xerxes from 300. Look oh my god, I mean, oh my god, look at him. He's just like, oh my, dude, I can't, oh my god. Who is this fucking weird little bitch, bro? Dude, I wouldn't even give him the dignity of getting face fucked by my fucking cock, bro. Like, oh my god, who is this bitch? Oh my god, look at him, dude.
Screw. I don't give a... Yeah, you drunk whiskey. Yeah, you feel shit. If you can't turn it on for 2 minutes to go piss and come back in the car, then get fucked. I had a serious conversation with the guy. Tristan goes, you're so right. Why the fuck? And there was no threats. We're at a gas station.
Can you imagine how exhausting this dude must be to be around in a social
Dude, yeah, Andrew Tate has nothing but main character syndrome. Like, that's literally all he is.
I mean, in the other one...
He's the literal definition of what, like, you know, being a solipsist is.
Cold cocked his friend in the mouth for trying to stop the city. He's, you know what I mean?
Give me that, yes.
Like, this isn't happening. You wouldn't have any friends if this were true. You're just making shit up. You're a fucking idiot, bro.
Yeah.
Even looking at near me. I can't just see people near me being all or crying or sad or whatever. You're allowed to feel sad. Of course. Your girl left you,
Yeah, that's okay. It's alright to be sad because then I can just roll up my Bugatti and beat the fuck out of you and knock you out because you're a weak bitch and a simp.
It's your job, you're allowed to feel sad. That's fine. You feel sad. You feel sad right now? Good, great. Hit the booze. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Look, you don't deal with problems. You're just gonna be strong.
I want to know what's going on here. Andrew Tate is a very wise individual. Some people think that if someone doesn't have the same opinion as their own, then that person is evil. I don't understand why people hate him so much.
Huh?
The whole podcast is just amazing, but obviously the Tate haters will Dude, this is the same exact thing we saw when we looked at the Jordan Peterson video.
Oh yeah, what?
Yeah, because it's basically the same crowd.
It was the same exact audience.
It was
the
all
same people.
They all just sit around and like talk about how much they don't understand why anyone hates this guy.
There's a whole generation, dude. This all ties together. There's a whole generation.
It really
of
does.
These poor fucking bastards that were raised by these millennial TikTok moms, who never had a strong father figure in their life because their dads uniformly didn't hang around as their mother destroyed everybody's lives with her TikTok addiction. And so they haven't had a strong fucking father figure. Their dad didn't take an interest. And so they're just desperate to have a male figure in their life that they can emulate. And they trip head first and fall into Peterson Gorge or Tate Canyon. You know what I mean?
Peterson Gorge and Tate Canyon.
You know what? The rivers that run through Peterson Gorge and Tate Canyon converge at some point, and there's your fucking fan base.
Yep.
These same dudes,
100%.
and they're preaching the same shit, honestly. Like, Peterson would never, make up a fake story about punching his friend in the mouth for showing weakness. And
I mean, if anything, he would make up some weird story about his friend showing weakness or some shit in a sense of, oh, well, I told them, the true way of how they can, help and build themselves back. He would go from the more empathetic approach. At least that's how it framed it.
Whatever the fuck that was. You know what I mean? He goes about it a different way, but they're still preaching the same thing. Traditional male values, masculinity above all, domination of everything.
Support your fellow males, your biological males, yes, against the Chaos Wizards.
Gassing up their followers, Yeah, no. I mean, come on, bro. Get out of town.
Wait, what's that one say? He's not what you... Wait, what? Hold on, I need to enhance this. He's not what you wanted, but he's what we need. Oh, God. Oh, sweet Jesus Christ. He's not what we wanted, but is what we need. Jeez. Ugh.
I sim to the sim.
Respect for not being a mask-wearing coward and actually standing up for yourself.
Wow. Good job being, fucking, petri dish for fucking viruses and bacteria to spread to other people so they could potentially get sick and die. Yeah, good job.
It was actually approached in Germany about wearing a mask.
Bugatti.
Not a mask, sir. Okay.
I'm gonna hop in my fucking Bugatti and then I'm gonna, go down your plan and then I'm gonna fucking beat the shit out of you for being a fucking button PC.
Wrong.
So whatever the fuck.
If he's not wrong, he's certainly not right.
Tate is absolutely right. Weakness rubs off, and eventually we begin to show the same signs of weakness. Wow, yeah, good
People are all
point.
speaking from experience.
Yeah. We got the tough guy squad up in here.
You gotta love it, dude. These weird, insecure little, fucking sociopathic little fucking, dumb bros that are just, all just, simping each other and circle jerking and all this shit while acting like the most weakest fucking coward bitches ever. Dog, you are goddamn fucking needy right now, dude. You drink all your water, now you're, immediately assaulting this... You're a bitch, dog. You're a needy little bitch right now. You need to kind of, honestly stop it. This is getting annoying. There you go. Fucking little freak ball. Man, what a little nut. Roger bonked his head up against my cheek and... Dude, what is he made? What's your bones made of? The goddamn titanium? Jesus. I'm getting a little hungry, so I think I'll probably get myself some food here, but I'm almost at like the 5-hour mark, so I think I'll probably at least, stick it until that. Should get around till that point. Ooh. Ooh, just popped something in my lower back right there. That felt pretty good. And also, I already know what I want for food. Some pizza. Luckily, I just re-upped on some seasonings for that. Oh, also, I need to kind of plan for Thursday, because that's when I'm going to go to the range, and I actually need to see if I can maybe use some of these old ass boxes as potential targets or something like that, or at least maybe as a way to just put it displays. My grandmother and mom said she was a hardcore feminist born during the Depression. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she was also somebody who was very pro-labor and pro-union too, because a lot of feminism and a lot of labor, at a certain point started overlapping a lot, at least after the first wave of feminism with the suffragette movement and shit. Because that's when it kind of started slowly intertwining itself, and then it really started kind of, intertwining after that. Though broadly, I mean, women have always been a part of the labor movement, though, so frankly, I would not be surprised if, if anything, some of that feminism was born due to that. But that's pretty cool. I mean, not the Great Depression part, the Great Depression part of it, but, that part obviously sucks. She marched for a right to an abortion. Damn, nice. Unfortunately, I mean, we're seeing, women today having to fucking do that. A little bubble. Are all your needs met now tonight? Yeah, water and food. You went to the bathroom earlier, and then within a period of less than 5 hours, or about 5 hours at least, it's good lord. Question about can't almost anything. I guess at least for right now, just because I am gonna wrap it up here very soon anyway. But I guess in a sense of more or less just with more actually directly interacting. She said she was a bit politically or something. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people like that. But what was I about to say? But obviously when it comes to things like vulgarity and stuff, I'm assuming she's probably more reserved about those things. So I'm assuming I probably, it's something I probably want to at least, watch a little bit, I'm assuming. I mean, if anything, I guess I would assume is that she probably has a lot of questions for me. At least probably to an extent. Which obviously I don't have anything to hide, so. Keep vulgarity down to a rarity. Well, honestly, whenever I'm not doing streams, usually my vulgarity is pretty limited to, oh damn, or maybe occasionally saying, "Oh shit," or something like that. Like, at least in public or anything like that. That's kind of usually what's, kind of is the norm. Like, if I'm at work, usually what might, come out is going to be like, "Oh, damn," or "Oh, shit," or just shit. So I guess with the vulgarity all in all, also I kind of like, this, if anything, now I got some questions of, like, how do we elaborate this story and shit? Like, now I'm gonna have to at least have, like, some, like, like, on, like, my hand, like, some CIA double agent and be like, "Alright, here's your false identity, remember this," type of shit. Like, you're about to go into, like, the fucking, like, office or something. like this fucking KGB office. It's like, oh, great, awesome, good shit. Obviously, figure that out later, but well, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be too difficult. I could be like, "We met." Don't remember much about Bama. Okay, that would help. That'd actually be easier. And just say that, we've kept in touch a little bit because I've always, had a phone or whatever, and was able to find you or whatever the hell. And there we go. I think we were able to figure it out. That at least works. Little goof. So no gay stuff around him. Well, luckily I'm not a handsy person. Or at least, like, outwardly. Obviously, in an area or an environment I'm comfortable at, I will, but, yeah, that I'm treading foreign waters with that, so, yeah, I'm not exactly going to be doing that type of shit. Well, at least mainly with him around. Like, if it's, like, 1 a.m. or some shit, and he's, like, well asleep, then, I mean, who gives a fuck? Well, I mean, probably don't want to be too loud or whatever the fuck. I mean, like, obviously, like, contingencies, I suppose, but whatever. The Republican got grabbing dick. Which one? What, all of them? So, I mean, it might as well be. But, I mean...
Joe Rogan.
Conservative activists caught grabbing dicks. Oh, secular talk. Oh. Matt Schlapp allegedly groped male campaign staffer's crotch. Oh my god. Of course. What a name, dude. Schlapp. He's wanting to schlop up on those dicks. Wow. Oh my god, I love it. Here, we'll at least listen to some of this.
An old joke, which went something like this. Anti-gay people are just scared that dicks are delicious. And
that really seems to be true. How many times have we seen this with, very religious people like pastors or whatever who preach against gayness all day and night, but then they get found in a New Jersey Turnpike bathroom sucking some dude off. Ted Haggard, he was a very famous televangelist.
Ted Haggard is completely heterosexual. Ted Haggard is completely heterosexual. Ted Haggard is completely heterosexual. And how he blew ya.
Doing meth with a gay hooker in a motel room, and they were naked or something like that. Republican politicians, same thing. Usually the ones who are most loud and aggressive with their anti-gay politics.
Yep.
It's they're covering up for something. They're covering up for something. You're not really fooling anybody. It's like how Steven Crowder goes after trans people every 7 minutes, but then there's more pictures of him online dressed up as a woman than like any other man in human history. You're not fooling anybody over the toilet. The Daily News and NBC News have reported. So they go on to give the details of this. Basically, this guy was a staffer for, I guess, Herschel Walker, and Matt Schlapp tried to get close to him. I think he used him to get a ride or whatever, and Schlapp took this guy to a couple bars and was clearly invading his personal space a little bit. And the dude was uncomfortable with it, but didn't know exactly how to handle it. And then when he was dropping him off, Schlapp reached and grabbed his junk.
Grabbed him by the dick.
Junk. The dude says it was for an extensive.
Grab him by the bussy, dude.
Time. He didn't know how to handle it. He didn't know what to say. He didn't want it. Afterwards, he texted him and was like, "Dude, I'm not comfortable with what the fuck just went down." And Schlapp was trying to calm him down and say, "Are we still on for tomorrow, bro? Are we still gonna get
bro?"
So, just unbelievable. Now, there's
when I was anti-gay, I was scared dicks are delicious because dicks are delicious.
Part of this story, which came out the other day. Marjorie Taylor Greene, former intern, Milo Yiannopoulos. Here's what he said, quote, "Matt Schlapp tried to touch me too at his offices in 2016 and 2017 when we were negotiating my headliner spot at CPAC. I recoiled, made a joke about him being the wrong skin color, and added that if he tried it again, I would slap him and go public. Maybe that had something to do with him colluding to wreck my career. I don't know."
Ooh.
Now, Milo's a known liar, so it's hard to really take him at his...
I mean, honestly, I have a weird feeling that this is possibly true. I'm about 75% convinced that's true.
But it does fit the profile of Matt Schlapp, given what we know now. And I bet
honestly, if this story wasn't released and I found this, then I'd say this is probably some bullshit. But wait, no, he didn't try to touch Marjorie Taylor Greene. He tried to touch Milo Yiannopoulos. He tried to grab his dick. Which apparently this text was given to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
By the way, so he's got Mercedes, his wife, who was a former Trump staffer. She's a massive, anti-gay activist. Of course, Matt Schlapp is the head of CPAC. And CPAC, I think there was a fight recently where, some people did a mutiny.
That's worse. I mean, yeah, honestly, it is worse. I'm saying that like that was meant to be better, but yeah, I mean, it kind of is.
They were going to speak there, and then you had the social conservatives who were like, hell no, they're not speaking there, and there was an internal fight over it. And so Mercedes has been very involved in anti-gay politics for a while, and one of the reasons might be because her husband is secretly gay. Apparently they have a bunch of kids too. It's some preposterously high number. I forget how many it was.
19 accounting.
It was over 10
Duggar status
kids. And my question is, dude, how do you have time to be grabbing everybody's dicks?
I mean, hey, that's why he's doing it, dude.
Don't you have a kid to tuck in? Don't you have some chicken nuggies to go make? What are you doing? Where do you get this time? Apparently his hobby is just
grabbing dicks.
Grabbing dicks?
Yep, yeah, grabbing dicks. Wow, yeah, I guess so. Dude, I love it. Dude, I love it. Oh my god, holy shit, dude. Wow. It's I mean, wouldn't, yeah, you gotta love how YouTube does not have a way to edit comments, or at least live chat comments. I know what you meant, though. You wouldn't fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene or Milo of 10 football. Well, you know, part of me was going to say, because I am kind of ridiculously high as shit and hungry as fuck. Like, where I was like, so you wouldn't fuck Milo with your dick, just with a 10-foot pole. I mean, honestly, in a way, that would be okay, because, I mean, think about it. You could just kind of go Vladdy and Paler's ass after a certain point. I mean, it's a pole. I mean, I'm thinking like street pole or something, you know? Or some 10-foot street pole. Like, you know, I'm thinking like one of those poles, you know? So, yeah, you know, we can probably do some Vladdy and Paler stuff with that. Just saying. So honestly, I feel like even though you were trying to save yourself there, I feel like it's okay either way. All you have to do is just recontextualize. You haven't tried dick yet? It's fun. It has Joe Rogan said. Dicks are delicious. Dicks are indeed delicious. So is pussy. But dicks more. But, you know, at least for me personally, just a slight edge. Just a little bit. You know what? You. Sukov. You're a dick. I still love you, though. Just not in that way. Not in that way, though. I just love you. Because you're just a sweet boy. But you are a dick. But then again, like I said, I like dicks. Platonically and sexually. Because not every dick is, you know, a dick. Sometimes you just have a living organism that happens to be a dick. Sukov's delicious now. Or delicious in, well, no. He's just a sweet little softball of sweetness. And dickishness because he's a dick. So, I mean, whatever. I'm high, hungry, tired. It's late. So it's like, you know, it's like it's once. Help me, stepbrother. I'm stuck under the table. Oh no, stepsis. I can't get out of the hay. You need to get, you know, some of this off of me. I'm covered in hay. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? Here, one more for the road, y'all. One more little bowl for the road. Oh. Well, it's just because the Thursday's coming out. Yeah, when I'm going out to the range, I decided to do the math. Because I actually kind of forgot to order some, some ammo. Because I knew I was looking at it, but I forgot I actually did bought it, but I was looking at these. And so I bought so I got 6 boxes of these, and honestly they didn't come in for a while, so I kind of forgot I got them. They did. And so I did the math. So there's 10 rounds left in here, but I have 3 more boxes that I haven't touched with these yet, so that's 60 right there. And I have 12 30 rounders, 4 40 rounders, and 1 75 rounder all loaded up. So I did the math, And I straight up have 595 rounds of ammunition. Just waiting to just go boom boom. And I'm just like, Jesus, dude. Like, I mean, I'm just sitting here just like, bruh, I need to just go out and blast it off already, which now I'm finally gonna fucking go do. I'm waiting to do it. Yes, I get paid time off. I mean, you have to, like, you know, request the days that you're gonna have off, you know, to make sure that's there, but yes, you do. Bring my stepdad some ammo, he will love you. Well, bring him a bot. Well, I'll have to look at the laws about that. I don't even think I could have that, like, on a plane, because like a bullet could technically go off and all that jingle bingle bullshit. So I actually don't think that'd be possible. Not that I'm aware of, at least. Just buy the ammo here. Well, shit, if he wants to go shooting, fuck, I'll pitch in for some ammo, fuck it. I mean, I'll just put my, like, Alabama trip fund and just, like, save up at least, like, $500 or some shit like that, and just, you know, use that for different little things, like food and stuff like that, whatever the fuck, so... Man, you fidgy fuckity little thing. Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll plan it out. I mean, to be fair, it's not like a total, absolutely confirmed thing. So... You know, obviously don't want to totally get too far ahead of ourselves. Obviously, I need to have the one-on-one with your mama at some point. They'll let her know if she hits me up first, and, you know, I definitely will make sure I eventually respond. But if not, then it'll probably be Wednesday or Thursday when I do. But that's just because those are my days off. It'd be easier to actually, like, sit down and actually have, like, a more business type of discussionary thing at that point, but I can at least, you know, like, you know, respond back, be like, hey, you know, here's times and blah, 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 and all that shit, but... At least as far as I'm aware, I mean, that's how the schedule is for now. You know, at least, you know, for this, I know for at least for this week for sure, and then at least for next week, hopefully. So, but I'm not too sure. Like, honestly, they've been kind of fickle-fuckety with the schedule book, and it's, I mean, like I said, there's been a lot of drama at the store lately. But hopefully because of that, hopefully there might be some good changes. Just trying to figure out a way to fly to Arizona to check out where we're going ahead of time. That's always a good idea. Kind of get an idea about where you're going to be. You know, kind of get an kind of sense of, you know, where you're going to be living and shit. It's always a good idea to at least, you know, check out the place you're going to be, you know, potentially living at. But anyway, at least for the concurrency of the stream, I'll wrap it up for tonight. Though, knowing you and I, Venom, we're probably going to be on Discord, at least, you know, probably chit-chatting maybe a little bit here and there. But either way, like, you know, at least for the stream-wise, I'll call it good, grab myself some food, and eventually go into comatose state. But anyway, peace out, and of course, I'll be back around for the next one.